Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat get found crazy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what yes, what you got today? Spoon TV, Spoon entertainment.
A special one from the CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy right at the South man. Charges on the wheel.
To get your information. To the spoon to be Spoon television. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, more than to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat get found crazy like my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want. Yes, but you got it. Yes, but you got it.
Yes, I. A special one. From the CEO stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information, to the food, to be spoon, gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Spoon is going to tell you what's happening in Liberia, and that is why we are here this beautiful, beautiful Thursday evening. Today happens to be
You want to know what is happening?
the first day of the month of May.
Politician want to
And of course, happy birthday to all of you celebrating your
you want to know
birthday today.
any administrator.
Those of you expected to celebrate your birthday in the month of May, happy pre-birthday to all of you. So good evening and welcome to another enlightening edition of the Spoon Talk Show. This is the show where the nation's most pressing conversations begin, unfold, and take shape. You know, in a world that's constantly evolving, where every headline carries weight and every decision made at the top ripples through our homes, our communities, and places of worship, we are here to provide a space where issues are not just reported, but well understood. Here on the Spoon Talk, we go beyond the surface to examine the heart of the matter, whether it's the latest political developments from the corridors of power, shifting dynamics in our national economy, emerging social trends that redefine how we live and relate, or complex questions of faith that challenge and inspire. Well, the Spoon Talk is here to ask the tough questions, provide a meaningful context, and offer balanced perspectives. Every evening, we bring together a dynamic panel of voices, experts and professionals drawn from diverse fields. We bring together seasoned politicians, economists,
CEOs stand coming with the spoon.
sociologists, theologians, activists, academics, and of course, policy analysts. These individuals don't only understand the issues, but they live the issues. Their voices are rooted in experience, guided by expertise, and of course, unafraid to challenge assumptions, So no matter where you are,
Tell you what is happening.
no matter where you stand on the spectrum of opinion,
Spoon gonna tell you
the Spoon Talk is your platform for intelligent dialogue, reasoned debate, and critical reflection
the children crying for
on the issues that matter the most to our nation.
to get the news on
So whether you're tuning in
the spoon.
from Liberia,
You want to know
from America,
to spoon.
or the diaspora in short,
Politician
or maybe from your comfort room, your living room, maybe your car radio during commute,
any ministry to spoon.
or online from anywhere, any part of the world.
Yeah,
I'd like to say stay with us during the conversation,
yeah,
challenge your thinking, and be a part of a national dialogue
you
that seeks to inform, to engage, and to empower.
yeah, yeah.
This is the Spoon Talk, where every issue has a voice and every voice has a place.
You got
Welcome and let's have a wonderful time together this evening. My name is Yekezi Zwobe, sitting in
yeah.
as your producer. Don't go away as we open the lines shortly so that you can call and tell us some of those burning issues on your minds. Some of those issues you think the public needs to know about, you think the government needs to know about. We're going to be declaring our lines open very, very shortly. And please, when you call, you want to be brief because our lines have already started boozing. So you want to be brief at least in the 30 to 40 seconds. Try to exhaust your points to give time to others to be heard. So this evening, the numbers are 0770417724, 0770417724, 0555101075. Those are the numbers to put you through here this beautiful Thursday evening on the Spoon Talk with the initial time 14 minutes on the flip side of 8 o'clock. Yes, so let's now try to go to the lines and speak to those who have burning issues on their minds here this evening. Let's talk to the very first person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
I'm looking at you from Corwell.
Your name again? Hello? Okay, we lost that caller. Let's talk to this other person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from.
Yeah, guys, good evening.
Good evening, let's hear you.
Thank you so much. I remain a defender. Civil about Peter McCoy and I joined for district now, Montserrat County.
Okay, let's hear you out.
You guys see the government just look like an envelope present to a person where you anticipate that something go into it, but when you open it, and so paper with nothing on it. I just comment looking. The government the matter or change, or rescuing the people that today we're going to be eating 5 times a day. Second, real president George Weah.
Now the government told you that you're going to be eating 5 times a day?
No, you know, we say rescue, many ways you can define rescue.
Oh, I own the definition for rescue there.
Okay,
eh?
Okay.
Thank you for calling.
Waka now, eating has become a chance.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from. Erickson, go ahead. Let's hear you out.
Where is my man is a former back and soon she came to AMC headquarters one time.
Okay.
As a former vice president, you not be getting about talk like that. If you get about talk like that, when our equal village in the market, the people after we say, oh, the president read that talk. I laugh. I say, oh, still here, president read that talk. How about the EPA boss? You don't be blaming on la prod, then you won't accuse the country.
Thank
You know what I
you.
mean? So he have bread to kill that sort of war.
Thank you for calling. Thanks for making your view heard here. Let's talk to another person on this line. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I'm Oscar. There is man calling from Gamsa.
Oscar calling from Gompa. My man, that area is Gompa. Let's hear you.
Yeah, what I'm on mind tonight have to do with the road leading from Saginpa to Lugwaturo.
Yeah, well,
You know, we were told that the government, the past government, gave all the money for the road to be completed.
okay.
But up to present, since this all the government came to power, it has been 1 year, almost 6 months. The road is incompleted. All the bridges on the road, they stay the same. And recently coming, they got an area near Zogowe. When you try to enter Zogowe and leaving Zogowe, when rainfall, there can be a lot of water sitting there. So I want to call upon this government. He said he came to rescue us. He should not allow we the citizens to be suffering. So
Okay.
I'm calling upon the government to come and complete the road to the full year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person on the orange line. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, and how are you?
I'm good. Let's hear you out.
Thanks so much for having me on the show. Basically, my name is Danisha Kezuba, and I do join you right now from the Bensonville this evening.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much for having me on your show. Okay, my attention.
I mean, you're listening to your time finish, oh.
Attention I've been doing to the Liberia National Police when it comes to the ethical and professional, how when it comes to policing, we observe that the people are making a lot of errors because even when it comes to people having protests, you don't just go in the street and start releasing people in the midst of the people. It happens a few times at the level of the central campus where there were a lot of people when the traffic was blocked because of the students carrying on their protest. Before you do that, you have to use the ethical and professional know-how. All right. So we observed that a lot of people were affected from that because the police went and just they know without using any other technique to drop those guys or even try to tackle the issue. They just went and released the tear gas, and those people that were in the traffic, most of them got affected. So I think Gregory Como, we appealing to Gregory Como to really look into that issue and see how best those police that carry those riot police to be well educated and
Thank you.
have the technical know-how to tackle issue.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening. This is William S. And I'm from Card in Georgia, member of the Massive Rescue Mission Foundation Hall.
Please go ahead. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, firstly, what's on my want to feel thank you to the important speaker for Nati Kofa for 20 years resignation. And then
he has not. He has not.
Sorry, I said so.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Because I have a statement here from him. It doesn't say he has tendered in his resignation.
Yeah. Thank you to the president, President Braka Senior, for making available 1.4 million to bring up country.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there? Hello? Okay, this person is not yet ready. Let's talk to another person. Good evening, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening to Spook Network and good evening to Belagete Studio, good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia. By the way, the introduction, I'm Alfonso E.S. Camara. I joined this conversation from my resident transformer committee.
Go ahead.
Number 10.
Okay.
Why on my mind as a branding issue tonight have to deal with a statement made by the EPS boss. The statement, I'm sorry for the expression, is irrelevant, it's inappropriate to make a statement as a stated none. Or These are all things we talk about the violation of the rule of law. These are you find all security apparatus, they are involved into politics, they are politicians. He is not right to speak in a context to say all those past government officials who are going against the ruling establishment today, they will discard them, they will take security for them. It's the instrument. They serve this country. They are Liberians. They are people. When those governments today in power, when they were opposition.
Thank you very much. But that is not what the EPS head said. He said that the EPS will withdraw protection from individuals advocating for political insurrection. That's what he said. Not all those going against the government.
Those things happen over the past, and we also he said we.
Thank you.
And I want to draw those gentlemen to power to recollect all those mistakes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person out. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from? Let's hear you, even though your line is bad.
That during the administration of former President he supported protests in this country. President Buaka made certain comments in this country for which the security detail was never withdrawn from. I'm calling on President Buaka, don't President today, for freedom of speech you promise the people. You have showed the law booming economy. You have showed the law who the hell care delivery. But today, firstly, there's no job for the ordinary people because of your gross disrespect for the rule of law, for which nobody will invest into this nation. Now, Papa, the Chief Justice and Associate Justice said, when the people get the really said they need additional security, it was signal to it that this country is not safe. Therefore, no one's coming. You know what's happening now?
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person now. Good evening. Your name and where you join us from?
Is that Yakasi?
This is Yakasi. Please go ahead.
The voice of Andrews in DM, Andrews Fire, the serial TV, calling from Kawa, New Georgia.
Yeah, Andrew, let's hear you.
Firstly, let me say thank you for the opportunity. But Yakasi, there are information reaching some of us that the government is about to stop the Keke Rally from entering Central Monrovia also. And I don't think that is okay because we are getting info that those Keke Rally that are running from Douala, they will be allowed to stop to Faction. They will not enter Central Monrovia. And then those ones that are intern, they will stop right to the area of Jalatan. They will not come Central Monrovia also. And I don't think that is a good move from the government because you have already stopped motor bans and then you are about to stop Keke again.
Okay.
So the government have to rethink on that. That is not good for our country in this time. Thank you for the
Thank you very much, even though I can't confirm that. But thank you. Thanks for calling and raising your concern. Let's talk to another person on this line. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, my name is David. I'm calling from Street. What on my mind is that I want the black guy to reset the law of the land. It not belong for him here alone.
Hello? David? David? Oh, David gone. David, I wanted to hear you again. I didn't really get you clear. But let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Thank you, Dave. Adama Kana, Johnny Von Dwala. You guys make me the last time. The only problem I get up here, I want to tell you my the last time they represent the great state doing the last one of game and normal. I want game and normal is that one call back. And you know, you go get grab down, you call back again. I lose my opportunity like because of you. No.
Yeah. Okay. Hello. So you know what you do? Hello.
No more. They say I'm a call back. And no, when you call back, you can't go again.
Yeah, but Representative Gray is not currently on the show, and right now I can announce his number on the show for you. So what you do? Hello.
I will call back now, and no one put money down. You can't get there. So I need to give him a number. Get on you. The past month full up there. One quarter, you tell get again no more.
Thank you. I won't give you solution again. You just talking plenty. I won't give you solution. So what you do? The orange line that I will announce here, I will re-announce here. After the calling segment,
Yeah.
just call that number and you will get me and I'll speak to you. All right?
Okay. Okay. Call in. I mean, get it.
Okay. So just hang up the line and listen up.
Okay. No problem.
All right. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello, yes, hello, nothing.
This is Yekezi. Let's hear you out.
Okay, yes, I come on, yes, sorry.
I'm good. Yeah, go ahead.
For your topic this afternoon, yes,
I got no topic with you that you bring in topic.
Okay. The reason why I said topic now because you have to get topic in.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, go ahead. I understand you. Go ahead.
I know you'll be topic in. I know I'll come and get my input. But
yeah.
If I tell you for the topic, I come bring in.
Speak your mind, my man.
Okay, yes, the thing on my mind. I just to appreciate President Joseph Newman Barker, my father, for the whole nation, people of Liberia. Love him so much. Because people already said that oh, Papa, he gets strength to control the nation. But I try to tell the CDC people, they respect the president because they can happen to anybody. If you respect your leader, if you empower the next that will respect you. If you respect our leader, President Joseph Boakai, any type of empower whosoever will not respect you because it will a lot of things. But in my war, you can see.
Thank
they
you.
will never come in power. You guys just give me a second.
No. Others are on the line. Thank you. You're not top plenty. Thank you very much. Let's talk to other people on the line. Let's hear you out. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello, this is Spoon.
This is Spoon. Let's hear you out.
Can you come here?
Are you there? This is Spoon. You live on the radio. Who not on the show yet?
Person, because when you
no. Boom, Brigana Kanye. This is a speak your mind segment. So just if you have any issue in your mind, just speak out. Do that right now. Okay, hang up the line. Let's talk to this person. Hello. Let's hear you out, please.
Hello.
Yeah,
Samuel calling from Oles Congo Town.
Okay, Samuel, go ahead.
My concern has to do with the MCSS situation.
Okay.
You know, I don't really understand. This is a government that we voted for and they promised to bring changes in the educational system. But look at what is happening with MCSS today. Great men of this country graduated from MCSS schools. Look at MCSS today. The system is completely broken down just because of one Sonita Duncan and James S. I mean, and they are boasting about it. The report from the board went to the president. And up again now, he has not said anything, but he has not reacted to the board decision. And the moment that they answer that, you are on OKFM today and boasting on radio. And nothing will come out of it. In fact, the president is his uncle, and the
thank you.
Moreover,
thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, Yagazi.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Daniel P from 40.
Go ahead, please.
What on my mind this evening is about the drugs.
The drugs?
Yeah, the drugs.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Those who running after the drugs, they are not doing well for us. I'm telling you, yes. You see, when they were taking drug tests here, we thought that something really was going to happen. But yeah, imagine after that drug test, how many persons are taking drug tests in the country here? Nobody is. Everybody involved inside.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're going to work and then they say go and take your drug test before even you can go to job in your office to catch more people in the country. Yeah, but those are things that are supposed to be happening because people ran here for drugs. That drugs doesn't make even drugs that they not win election here. People say drugs, we are bringing drugs here. And today, just imagine. It even increase.
Okay.
People are just taking drugs and nothing happening about drugs. And people just going, well, as we go to the country here, one position, lie to the people. When we get there, we become part of the lies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the orange line to call on is 0770 417724. 0770417724. The no star line is 0555 101075. 0555 101075. 770 417724. So call us now on these lines and have your say. Speak your minds here this evening. This is this Spawn Talk here on Spawn. This is where every issue has a voice and every voice has a place. So now it's time to hear you out. What have you got to say? What are some burning issues on your mind? Speak now or later. Let's go back to the line and talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from.
Hello.
Hello, let's hear you out.
Yeah, this is the voice of Jesus Lamin Jr. calling for.
Lamin Jr., go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, my attention have to do with this issue.
What kind of issue?
My attention have to do with this Supreme Court issue. This speaker removal.
Okay.
Yes. So this is my point. I want to make. You see, Labrador, in this country, we are now about law of the country. What we heading to? What we are saying as a Labrador is that the office of the speaker is not about Funandikova. It's about the office. It's about the office. That office that my little dollar, my son, or any other person will become speaker. Let the red be done at energy. Even the Victor Queen said that when the red is done, it can happen to him. It can happen to him.
Okay.
Send the speaker start beginning the country. There's nothing going on. Everything on a standstill. So I'm going to appeal to the government. Let the government see reason. If they put a group of re-election, let the red be done. Let the country first time remind you. And we just move another person in power because they didn't do the right thing.
Thank you. Let's hear another person out. Good evening, your name and where you join us from. Yep.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Lawrence Spencer. I'm in Johnsonville.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically I want to speak to the police director, Mr. Gregory Kumo. It is an almost appeal to him to beat up the strength of the police, mostly at night when it comes to police patrol. And I've seen this thing happening in our community anymore. I don't know why. If there's a financial constraint, it is better that the IG say to the Liberian people, and we all can. I mean, the data rather they're talking about to go lobby for permanency for the United Nations. I think we can do that to support the police in our community because you see day by day dropping all over the place. It's not fine. Just the other day, I mean, a dead body was discovered in the GSA room community. Prior to that, another one was discovered in police academy. And these things is creating panic in the communities.
Okay.
So you guys quickly, you observe that when it's 7 to 8 people are rushing home, people rushing on take care of bus or all of that because people are afraid they want to get home in time. So we cannot make our country so horrible. I'm the police patrol at night, please, to get our covenant to our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just a few days ago, the Liberia National Police announced the launch of a citywide patrol to boost safety and public confidence in Monrovia. And I think that is exactly what you are calling for. So I think they are doing something like that. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening to you.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Daniel Kere calling from Oro Fibiro.
Daniel, go ahead.
Thank you for your platform this evening. I only want to speak to my President Joseph Nimambwaka, or people that jealous of you where They were not expecting for you to be president in the country, and today, you president, a good president in the country. The only thing I got to tell you, our president, whosoever that in your government that want to spoil your government, I want for you to fire them, take them from there. I really want before they may to finish from now to July, I want for you to safeguard your government. Whosoever that want to see your downfall, because you got children, more than 4 to 5 children, more than children that you have, 1 or 2 there that will hate you, that will hate their friends. So people that hate you in your own government, in United Party, or party that join you, that want to see your downfall for your need to not go. They just leading with the opposition party. I want for you to safeguard the government from now to July.
Thank you.
President, yeah, thank you for your hard work that you're doing in the country. Everybody appreciating the work that you're doing. There people with that.
Thank you. You won't be forcing now. Thank you. Thank you for calling. Okay, let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Really, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you have to be a little bit audible.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm Saroski Saki, do joining from Division 44 and 4. Well, known as you do this can fire from Nigeria.
Yes, Cyrus, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I have 2 concerns. My first concern goes to the legislature. Why is it that we elect the people or we have them elected and when all are making laws, they cannot consult us in making the laws, we are citizens of the country? Second, is the Supreme Court not the hair branch or the all power of all the courts in Liberia? Like Supreme Court gives ruling them, the lawmakers and they can go by it. Who do what I instead of being majority blood? Are they more than the Supreme Court of Liberia?
Thank you. Thank you for asking those rhetorical questions. Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I just want to remind you that because we get it seven, ever policy. I didn't want to represent the president. Get it no more. I want to get him no more. But now they give me the seven, ever policy. I don't want. I don't want.
Give me the number. Give me the number. Yeah.
0888
888
91
91
38
38
64
64. Okay. All right. I got your number.
Adama Kane.
Okay, Adama. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Hello, this is Dewey Cassidy calling from my backplay.
Cassidy, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to draw my attention to the police at red light. They are there collecting susu or taking money from the motor tackling. When I ride the motorbike, they will charge you 1,000. If they did to me today, I went red light on my way back. They said if I stop where I was not to stop, she took my bike and carried it. She told me, the police may say, he should give you 1,000. Where I don't have no money, I was forced to carry money to pay them just to free my bike. And I'm a student at the year.
What did they do with the 1,000?
I don't know, my brother. I don't really know. They have even the police no money.
They put it for Suzu, eh?
Susu.
Okay, thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yes, sir. I'm Sharif Ali, calling from Fiaman.
Sharif, go ahead. Which part of Fiaman?
Yeah, I'm calling from Fiaman around the market, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Fiaman is my former resident, so I just wanted to know this specific area. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. I came on the show to discuss about the drug issue in this country. Yeah, our president, Joe Yumabroga, said that he is against drugs in our country. But now we got a barrier right in the Fiaman territory, where we have the center headquarters there. And now we got a drug center is there, which is Mohammed Contino. That's selling a lot of drugs is there.
Mohammed Contino?
Yeah, Mohammed Contino. What you say? Iron.
Okay.
Drug center.
So that's an allegation against Mohammed Contino.
Yeah. And,
so that kind of thing, if you observe it, what you do, you serve as an informant. You know, you just go and secretly inform the police. But now that we're not gonna talk in public now, Mohammed will take precaution now if what you're saying is true.
Yeah, because the entire community they showed an embarrassment. This guy that harassing the community, busting people's houses and taking everything from their rooms at night. We don't sleep.
Okay.
The drug center came here. We don't sleep in the community. We are like embarrassing this community. Yeah, so we call it on the president help to do something about that.
Thank you. I will advise you to go and inform the police about that. All right.
All right, sir.
Thank you very much. You're listening to the Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5. We're also live on Fabric 101.1. This is where every issue has a voice and every voice has a place. And of course, I'm still awaiting the CEO and his team of panelists. Once they join us, yes, I'm going to be turning over to them to begin. I give their own perspectives about some of the issues that matter the most in Mama Liberia. So keep listening and let's keep on taking more calls. The numbers remain the same: 077-041-7724, 055-101075. Those are the numbers to put it through. You can also call us via our WhatsApp. Okay. I am seeing the CEO in, but I'm not really getting him. It's probably the internet from his side. CEO, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You can see. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Can you get me now?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you.
Okay. All right. I told you, trying to give me a Lone Star internet. You can see, please. But yeah, something happened here. Is that how it is? No. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on, you can see. You're right. I see myself. No, there you go. It's better.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, how you doing? You can see. How are you today?
I'm good.
Yeah. You can see one of the most quiet person on this earth. Very quiet. It's hard to get through to you. I see that you're taking a lot of calls.
Yes, I've been taking a lot of calls.
I heard that Sando Johnson, that's the name. I always mix them. Sando Johnson is the former senator of Birmingham County, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that he said anybody insult the president, he will insult them. And just after that remark, they gave him a job. Then we're also going to be talking about good governance. Good governance is in the house. Something has happened. That's Alaric Topa from Good Governance. So we put his picture up, put Sando Johnson picture up. And then we will talk about the Justice Minister release. The release from the Justice Ministry today saying that do not protest except you have a permit from the Ministry of Justice. So we'll put also a picture up too. And it's a lot of stuff happening around the country right now. Everybody's just going to get ready to get on Spoon, the meeting from the majority Black and the minority Black. Where the problem lies, we'll be discussing it. And Fonati put out a statement today, that negotiation is taking place. And everybody seem to understand the great negotiation that is taking place. But there's a little hiccup. And I think they got to work with that, try to jump over it. So a lot of great conversation today. And want to say to all of you, welcome again to Spoon Network. It's good to have you. It's good to have you. So we'll go back to the phone line, right? And take more calls.
Okay. All right, let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Emmanuel Johnson, calling from Barabel.
Emmanuel Johnson, go ahead. Let's hear you.
My issue here, the party were in opposition. There are a lot of statements that were made, and then nobody take it to do anything. We had Yete Koreba here who were abusing. We have Prophet Kide here that were abusing. Prophet Kide who spend their money.
Oh, we still got the same people here doing the same thing.
No, because you know what I'm saying is, one day
Nobody in the opposition that ever came up and condemned that act. Today, other people are saying that, you take all about rule, you take all about this. These are people of campaigning for the party at a higher level.
Okay.
For the team, if Grand there, he's going to carry on the campaign to pay the full wash out out there. And people were crossing up and down there. One day, you know, as a leader in the opposition to come over and condemn that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's hear another person out. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you out.
All right. I'm Moses Sonia. I'm calling from GSA Road.
Moses Sonia. Go ahead, Moses.
I'm tired of CEO talking about the Justice Ministry released a statement about permit. Yeah, that's a procedure. Not that they would deny those who want to protest a permit, but the Justice Ministry is only saying if you apply for the permit before you protest, then you go through the procedure and you are granted you protest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's talk to this other person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay, let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Your name and where you join us from?
I'm calling from Tideko community.
Tukpa Kotima.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tukpa.
Yeah, I want to appreciate the government so much for ensuring the street light and also putting the traffic light on at Parkopin Junction. It's very much important for the safety of everyone. Yeah, I appreciate them so much, and I want them to keep on, even if they can put red light once I was still. It was very important to us.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's see another person out. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, my name is Anthony Seyon.
Seyon, go ahead.
I want to tell the speaker who happened to be Richard Kuhn, thank you for this small program, for his donation to the Marriage Fund 2 Federation of Motorcycle and Tricycle Union Library, including Excellence Joseph Boaka for their support towards us.
Thank you.
And to have all motorcyclists informed not to take part in any protest in Liberia. The station not brought any good result. So we appeal to all motorcyclists through the length and breadth of Liberia.
Thank you. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm great. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, the issue here is that we as youth and Liberians, education pay. You know what we are suffering for? Because of education. Because people can just come on social media and say anything they want to say. Today when Liberia destroy, we, the young people are outside the country. We're not getting, we're outside already. So what we need to do is to be able to help the government to achieve their goal. I listened to your CEO. He talked about people going to march. In America that he can just jump on and go join the street and start marching. They got rules and regulations. So people must follow the rules and regulations, get permit. And march. During Jowia time, when you go protest, you get permit. Jowia get Jefferson coaching in his group to go and beat you. We then seen it. They will beat you. You can say they can come with a counter protest. Many days we saw it. So you must have the president, you must protest, but you must get the document and go. That one, they get police to guide you, they get other people to help you.
Thank you.
So my brother, that was lame.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. Let's talk to another person here. 0770417724 05551011075. The numbers to put it through. Yeah. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, this is Moses Corner, call from Zimbabwe.
Moses, go ahead.
Yeah, what on my mind have to do with the police?
The what?
Police.
The police.
What on my mind have to, yeah, Liberia National Police.
Okay.
Yeah, the police job is only done in Monrovia. Actually, you can see if you go up country, you don't see police. Like where I hear from in Bon County, you walk almost 4, 5, 6 hour distance before you can see a police officer. But when you come to Vatican, you will see the bundle of police sitting there, nothing they're doing there. One junction is there, but 30, 50 police officers there, all of them directing traffic. It doesn't even direct traffic, they harass, they take a rally and that of motorcycle. Yeah, how it is happening.
Okay.
So I'm feeling to the police director to find reason and send someone in the interior.
Thank
you.
you.
Very much.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, you can see I was saying cut off.
No, I think. Okay, go ahead.
I'm appealing to all motorcyclists. My name is Anthony C. I'm the vice president of Motorcycle Affairs. To stay away from troublemaking, to stay away from vandalizing the property of people, abusing and insulting and causing disorderly conduct on the streets and all places. Be law-abiding and be an agent of positive change. When someone told you, say, follow me, let's go do something that is wrong, be part of it. Including all upcoming protests, planned protests, stay away from it. Any issue you have, we have means. We can negotiate. Liberia is always our home. We'll continue to talk, and talk. But the weight of protest will not bring any good result. So we don't want our motorcyclists to be part of it. Those are encouraging you and making you say be part of it. Have nothing to do tomorrow. They will be the
Thank you very much. Take more calls.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, we're gonna take more calls. You can see again. I'm listening to Dazzle Johnson, right? And I don't know the position they gave Dazzle that he lazy on now. So I don't know if that's my friend Dazzle. I'm gonna call him though. I really don't know. The man said he will cause bad calls. He will insult everybody. Once you talk bad thing about President Walker, well, I don't know about Dazzle now, but I have to call. Maybe it wasn't Dazzle Johnson. Maybe it wasn't a former senator of Bowman County or something is happening here. And I can only say that I have to call him. I have to call him and check him out. I do. I have to check him out. I'm listening to him. I'm like, wow. Then you also need to understand that the justice minister. I think man, every day is a new day in Liberia. You can see every day is a new day in Liberia. So we're gonna have a beautiful show today. We want to say to all of you, thank you, for creeping in on the show. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for sharing. Continue to share the show as we recognize you. Goodad Moses Fedebala is always in here with us. Fabio Tony Walker is here. Alexander Ashley, thank you for joining us. Lucille Turry. Turry is in his house. Elad Hoke. Lucille Turry, again, we want to say thank you from Campley, Nima County. He's joining us. Michael Davis, BT Johnson, and Comedy Keita, Usmana Ben Oman. I'm suffering from chronic hepatitis B. All right, we wish you well, my friend. We wish you well. I want to bring in Grace Doe. Grace Doe, thank you as always. Abraham Lawrence, Eva Jala Richardson. Eva Richardson is here. Michael Davis is in the house. Peter Tupa. Junior Brown is joining us. When I call your name, go on Facebook and share the show. Be informed, be part of the conversation. I'm going to put the number up now for you to do that, which is right, to call here on the international line. Likewise, I want to say to all of you, it was a beautiful day here. I don't know at your end, but we wish you well. We wish you well. We hope it's a beautiful day at your end. This is the best thing we can do as a people. But again, did you listen to Dazzle? Did you listen to him?
Nope, I have not listened to the excerpt yet.
Listen to Dazzle. Dazzle is like, I'm going to play it tonight, though. Dazzle is going all out. If you curse President Bwaka, he will curse you. If you insult President Bwaka, he will insult you. If you say bad thing about President Bwaka, he will say bad thing about you, your mind, and your part. I hope we are not getting another prophet here from Dazo end. He served as former senator. He is a former senator. He served as senator of Bobby County. But then you talk about causing people mind power. I mean, even Bogart would not like that, though. Even the President Bogart won't like. You know, how can you behave like that? You agree that you call somebody mother and father. You a former senator. I mean, an elderly statesman. You brought yourself that low that you insult somebody. I don't think that Dazzle, man. Seriously. I think that was AI. I really don't think that Dazzle. I think that AI. Fubi, welcome to the show. Dazzle said this thing is troubling. Some kind of madness is happening in Liberia. Some kind of madness is happening in Liberia. A former senator brought himself this low. So I agree, Fubi. I'm not going to say that because that's not my friend. I know he can drink though. I hope he wasn't under the influence of something. But Fubi, no, seriously, you take this thing to be joke. It's not joke. I hope Dazo wasn't under the influence. For Dazo Johnson, that we all know, Bowman County Senator, for him to go down low and say, if anybody insult Joseph Braga, you will cost your mind power. Can you give me a picture, Yekezi? I got a video. I'm going to play that video from Punch FM. We gave them credit. Can you give me his picture? Fubi.
Yo.
Before we go anywhere, I just want to just briefly talk about this. For Daniel Sano, again, to say that if you cost President Braga, will cost your mind, will cost your power. Listen, his children, listen, his wife, the people that voted for him. Yeah, put it up. That's fine. That's it. And we got a video today. He appeared in Punch FM. He said, beginning now, anyone who sat on a platform or in a gathering and insult President Braga, I shall insult you and the people supporting you. Wow. Man, I hope something not happening with Dazzle though. Somebody gotta go check him out. So what we do that, Yekezi, can you give me the Justice Minister picture and that of Alari Togba from Governor's Commission and give me the Commission on Arms as well, Fomaya, and his picture as well. We got a lot of story today. But Fui, we're gonna play the video, right? The rest of the team gonna join us shortly. What do you make about this Dazzle story that he will cause people mind power if they cause President Braga?
No, for me, I think that was totally out of order. I don't think for his kind, such statements should come from him. You know, you can support the president, but going after insulting people's mothers and others because of the president, for me, that's totally out of order. You know, and he shouldn't be the one. But again, Liberia is a strange country. They say the thing that you think can happen anywhere can happen in Liberia. And so you expect some of these things. People will beat their children for cussing, but they'll also be electing people for cussing. So that's the kind of society that we have. So it's a strange thing. Okay, people will beat their children for not going to school, but they'll be electing people that are not educated. And you know, so you have the kind of society that what you don't want your child to do, you happy to elect somebody to office, public office, to be a leader for that.
So Fubi, I really don't think Dazzle was the one speaking. No, seriously, I do. I really don't think he was the one speaking, though. You know, I got high regard for him. I respect him a lot. You know, for us to just, man, who?
Oh, Samuel Johnson is noted for loosely speaking. So
yeah, but thereafter, no, but I just said I would call somebody mind power.
Yeah.
And thereafter, the president appointed him. You can see the president appointed him thereafter. The president said, "Job well done, my good and faithful servant."
We need somebody to cut out Yeke.
Come on, man. Who is Yeke?
Yeke always wanting to know. You need somebody to cut out him.
You're gonna waste your energy on Yeke?
I know.
And if you want somebody to counter him, that's all you want to counter Yeke?
I know.
I mean, folks, this is crazy. This is unbelievable. You know, I can talk to Dazo every day, and most often, it's like immediately he said that, today is the first, the president said, "You got a job. I'm pleased to inform you of your appointment at legislative liaison of the president to the Liberian Senate." What is this position? We'll explain to you. If you want a job, challenge those that are insulting the president, it will give you the job. Dazzle just said it, and the tribunal out and said, yes, you are qualified. That's the only credential we're looking for right now. The only credential. Folks are shaking right now. I mean, it's just not adding up. Can you imagine President Boakai? I don't know. I'm going to leave this story for the other people to, to squeeze themselves on it. But it's embarrassment. Let's go back to the phone line. Now people know what Sano Johnson said, Dazzle, and let's hear what they have to say. Let's go back to the phone line, please.
Yeah, 00555 101075 055 101075 0770 417724. Let's talk to this person. Hello. Hello. Your name and where you join us from? Hello, are you there? Okay, just hold on a little bit. We're not getting you. Yeah, go ahead now. Say your name. Okay, Lami, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much on the table discussion. Let me say this. You see, Labrador, this country, people are praised leader. That's the best leader always trust him. And they really know that the best enemy ever to be a friend. Anybody in government that always praise government, the government is good, the government is good. Check it out. At the end of the day, that's the best. People don't know. Why would you be telling somebody somebody is short president, but you show that man as the other man? Why would you be saying that? Is that what you're going to is that a campaign going to be when you back up because you're going to get a job? It's not called for.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's hear another person now. Hello.
Hello.
Let's hear you.
I'm Oscar Zigben calling from Gom Pacific again.
Oscar Zigben. Go ahead. I like that name, the last name.
You know, Sano Johnson statement, Sano are not screen to us. Sano Johnson are the people who cause problems in this country. The internal administrations. Sano Johnson was one of the stubborn and rude president in the administration. So it's not street to us for you to utter that word, utter that anybody who calls President Boakai is going to cause him murder. It's not street to us. He has been dealing for charter administration.
Thank
so
you.
People know him for that. People for bombing know him for that. So it's not street to us.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person. Hello. Hello.
Oh, I do.
I'm okay. Let's hear you out.
Yeah, I'm Lincoln from the community. Yeah, I want to send a message to the CEO. Please send your team to Lace to visit.
We are not getting you. Your line is breaking up. Let's talk to another person. Call us back, please. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello, are you there? Your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, I'm Josephus looking at it, and I call from the FDA community.
Okay, let's hear you from FDA.
Yeah, my concern got drawn to the issue about the speaker from the cover. We hear something around and he won't resign. We don't want to hear that thing from the cover. He shouldn't disappoint us.
Okay.
We know that he wants to step president.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, but
so,
we are sampling opinions about the statement coming from the former Senator Sandra Johnson.
Okay, yeah, Sandra Johnson also he wasn't right by saying those things, you know. You know, the problem about our country is our leaders. You know, everybody wants to say, like, our time they want to show themselves like our time what have really been bringing us back. So he really want to get connected with president and what he said that so that he can gain job because he wants to maintain his status in society.
Thank you. Let's hear you out. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I'm finding contact from Lapasi.
Fanny, go ahead.
People, you that to the radio station, what are expecting you to be doing for all, at least to bring out news that will carry the country far, or not to discuss that somebody do they want, somebody do they want. You please try to help the country to go.
So when somebody do bad thing too, we shouldn't talk about it, right?
Yeah, but
so we shouldn't criticize the bad things in the society as well. That's what you're saying.
No, it's not what I'm saying. That's something that you people are saying we are understanding. So we try to appeal to you. At least you bring on news, then I will make you happy. But when you continue doing the one, we'll just be feeling bad.
So ask you what news you want to bring. Find the good news, my friend.
Can help all in the country now.
Yeah, ask you what's the good news you got.
Say some of the good news. Yeah. You want to talk about some of the good things that are happening that you know about?
That you're the one now will get from because you're the one can be able to know.
All right, thank you.
But then you just win now. The one we bring to you accept it.
Okay.
All right, thank you for calling.
Okay.
All right.
But you can see, my man, Chicago Bull, but we don't need you with your Chicago Bull basketball hat, man. Lafayette Bull. Come on, you're not a basketball player. You wear your Chicago Bull basketball hat. Come on. They're beating it every day at the market door. They ain't wearing their hat. Come on, man. They ain't got no good player, man. They ain't got no good player. What you worried about Chicago Bull, man? Come on. Are you watching the game? Without hearing you, you're muted. Are you watching the game?
That fashion. No, that fashion of watching Manchester United game.
I tell you a border, man. I tell you a border.
No. I just wear it just to cover my hair. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because they are not doing anything better, man. Come on, but it's good to see you, my man. It's good to see you. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Fubi, what's up?
Man, that Fubi was waiting for you, not me. I mean, that's the problem, right? The message, you bring us some good news. No matter what, we don't want good news, right? But we can find it. Which I can find it.
No, there's some good news I think around. I'm sure the government doing some good things. I saw the government doing some good things in the country.
Like what?
So I'm not really. I think there's some roads moving on. They are building some roads. I think.
But what you have to think, the fact that you are thinking, that is not a good news. The fact
no, but that's good news. It's just because no. It doesn't mean. No. Say there's not much. No. You can say that. You can say that there's not much. You can say that there's not much.
Counselor, let's do it one at a time. The fact that you are thinking.
Okay, go ahead.
The fact that you are thinking about that good news, then it's troubling. So then I will ask you, even before I bring in the Unity Partisan on Fubi Henry, let me ask you, show me the good news. Where can I find the good news? Where? Oh, man, you can talk about it. Show us the good news. Adjust your camera a little bit.
I know. Am I okay?
Take the camera down a little bit. Take it down just a little bit. No, down, my man. Up. Yeah, you good now. Go ahead, talk to us. You go back down again, my man.
Okay.
Put it up, small move. Take it down, small move. Down. I'm gonna take the camera down, man. Okay, take the camera the opposite way.
Mama, but I see myself clearly. What the problem?
What kind of lawyer this? What kind of lawyer this? Make your final instruction.
Go?
No, carry.
What's your chest? Let's see your chest a little bit.
Now you're good. Yeah, leave it like that. There you go. It took 100 years to get you adjusted.
Man, I bomb before technology, so don't hold me responsible.
No, but what is the good news? Show me your good news. And let's take a few seconds to discuss the good news. Where is it?
Look, the good news are out there. I am not a PRO for the government. I am not here to come and say what they got the PRO to say what the good news are. So you want to find the good news, you go to Ministry of Information and find the good news. I'm not a PRO.
But you say you are saying good news out there. You are saying it.
Everybody, we are alive. We are alive. We are alive where we can find food to eat, and good news. So the only good news I have.
So that's your own good news.
That's the only good news that I can give out to the public. I'm not PRO for government. I'm not working for information ministry.
Are you talking about good news? So you get your limit Pierre laughing at you. Then now you say you're not working for government. Yeah. You say you
no,
get
I say
good
I'm
news.
not PRO. I'm saying I'm not working.
No, but you say you get good news, and Jeremy Pierre said, yeah, go ahead, say the good news. Then you say you're not working for Jeremy Pierre again. The other men are working for Jeremy Pierre Fadiga. You say now in Minnesota. They're saying the fans, you say you can't go to Minnesota.
I give it back to Pierre.
I mean, they sent Fadiga to France. They said, "Oh man, go talk about the good news." Fadiga said, "No, the people in that building, the embassy, is in a very bad building, so he can't go to France." So Fadiga, yeah. So now I'm just saying, man, I just got to bring the people. Anything I know, I tell the Liberian people, for me. Before we get into the show, right? What's your own good news? We got a lot of good stuff coming out. What's your own good news, Fubi?
So for me, I always tell the government. The government needs to focus on building the private sector. For me, you can do all the development, you can do all the other stuff. If the private sector is not open and for people to make good out of themselves, you put all the pressure on government, you definitely will not get the outcome. So my advice to the government is time to focus on building the private sector and let get more local private investments for Liberians themselves, not just foreign investment for Liberians. How do you help the business sector, even with the loan, macro loan, or other stuff for business people, farmers? How do you get people on the farm money for farming purposes? Those are things that government needs to start driving so that Liberians can start taking charge of the economy. And Liberians can be able to do those little things and feed themselves. It makes it easy for the government success to be announced. The government, a lot of road projects we see going on. Hopefully, they will hope that they can fast track them.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right? Are those new kind of road projects? Are those new money? Are those road projects came from most of them from the CDC government, the former Unity Party government? It just a roll over.
Yeah, I think most of them are rollover projects. I think most of them. Yeah, I think most of them. Yeah.
Okay.
But government continues to.
Yeah, so it's not a good news then. But here's the good news I want to give the Liberian people. You see, our brother Paul Kennedy is doing his feet. And he'll be on the show. And you think you want to tell us that Liberia is so hard, the man left the United States and went to Liberia, and he's on his feet. Paul Kennedy. Right? The man is doing both, the manicure and the pedicure. And he's doing that while drinking tea. I mean, you cannot find any better news than this. If you're watching the show, you got to understand that's Paul Kennedy, one of the spoon candidates. He's drinking tea. They're doing his feet, and he relaxing. These are some of the reasons the guys can come back to America. There's no, but wait for me. You think Paul Kennedy come to America anytime soon?
I don't think so.
That's what I do. You think Paul Kennedy come to America anytime soon?
I just want to add what a tea because normally in Liberia we don't drink tea in glass.
But listen, I made a tea shot. I said the man drinking tea. Now you can go explain now.
But people know, we don't take tea. We don't take tea in glass, so the bear glass drinking there.
But I want everyone
the man is contributing towards the local economy. That's why that's how you. That's how you contribute. You go there.
Yeah, but then everybody look at this, right? Paul Kennedy, that fighting hard to represent the people of Buffalo County. Paul Kennedy, they're doing everything he can. The man is drinking tea and they're doing his manicure and pedicure. You think Liberia is not hard. I mean, enjoyment in the country, enjoyment in the state, enjoyment in the country.
Oh yeah, that one are true.
But look at Paul Kennedy. Listen, when my guy sent me this photo, right? And so many photos everywhere, you were monitoring Paul Kennedy. Man, I said, whoo, the boy is enjoying. So that I called Paul Kennedy. I said, well, man, when you coming by? Man, I done additional 3 months here. I said, seriously? He said, oh man, Buffalo County, I mean, that's our county. It's looking good. And he told me some things there. But guys, listen, they said good news, right? You want good news. Boma Kazulu. You want good news, that's your good news. Frank Slawe, you want good news, that's your good news. Joma Sanon, that Paul Kennedy right there. That's your good news. And Paul Kennedy, say everything you want to say. That old brother, he coming home. How can you say the country high? Liberia will now be the same. Liberia can never ever be the same. That's the good news.
Leave Paul Kennedy alone. Leave Paul Kennedy alone. People can drink more than tea, bro. So if I want to make Liberia to say correct, then
but what am I saying? But wait, don't do that. But what am I saying that would be so bad? All I'm saying, the country is not hard. That's the good news. That's what I'm saying. Is it a bad thing for me?
But if they're drinking tea will be the measurement, then my brother, then there's no poor man like bro. Because everybody get drink tea.
Look at what the man is doing. The man is doing the lemon grass. My man, stop. Don't trivialize this thing, man. Look who do the man feet. Me, if I want to put my nails, right? I put my nails clip up right here, chest now. Right here. I said right here. I put my nails. Paul Kennedy is spending US dollar to do his feet. If I want to cut my nails, I cut my nails right here. Right here. Chest now. Let my nails clip up. Paul Kennedy in Liberia. But remember, if we go to the front line, the people appreciate Paul Kennedy, like you said.
Of course. Might go to the local economy.
I know.
Well, man, I'm calling
from Maryland.
Maryland, my friend. What's your name?
My name is Jesus Lima.
Jesus, talk to us.
Yeah, I'm trying I want to ask something. I think the time that I wanted to ask him a question. It is about.
But you gotta turn the volume of your receiver down and listen into the phone, please.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. I'm talking about opponent profile.
We'll get to that story, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But just my question, I get more question.
Go ahead, sir.
My question is to the lawyer. Why is opponent profile assured the group, what they call themselves?
The minority black?
No, the majority.
Yeah.
Why is he going to put and sue the majority and I make sure put let the court look at it, let it go and prove the cases on the petition against him. If they found him just there, then they move on from that.
Okay, we'll get to that, and the lawyer will answer your question. Okay.
With that, I think
so let's get to that, Papi. Let's get to that, then you'll answer your question. We'll beg you, yeah.
Okay.
All right, Papi. Your name and where you joining us from? All right, so the person listening to the radio, but they want to talk into the phone. We really want to say to all of you, it is only important that we all come together and discuss the issue about Liberia. And want to say, Fubi Herrick, welcome to the show, my brother. Lafayette Be Good, welcome to the show. We're going to get started. And a lot of stuff is happening here, but I understand that one of the three important conversations tonight and some other conversation we'll be bringing your way is one, the story about Sano Johnson insulting my empire because he got a job. Two, the story about governance commission saying everybody should be rehired. We'll talk about it. It's in the chat room. Three, the Minister of Justice is saying that you must get a permit. You must get a permit to go ahead and and protest. If you want to protest without a permit, you cannot protest. I have never seen that before. Four, Fonati's statement today, the Speaker Jay Fonati Kofi, the negotiation back and forth is very, very interesting. And we'll discuss about that today. And on the flip side, the best of Liberia so far as of today. Paul K. Kennedy doing his feet and drinking tea. So wherever you find yourself, continue to share the show. Let's discuss issue of national concern. And then again, we will talk about the way forward of the majority black and the minority black. What's happening? A big news coming up today. I'm receiving information that folks in the majority black now begin to turn the back on Richard Cohen. The negotiations say you must go for an election, but with stipulations. The majority of black, they are saying, yes, we can pay all of you guys except Yeke Koruba, Papi Flomo, J. Marvin Cole. We don't want to pay them. We will not pay them. And we are saying to you, make that part of your negotiation. But are they waiting to go for election if Fonati recuse himself? So these are questions that are coming up from the different meetings happening today. Big questions. Who trying the best to resolve this thing? A lot of people saying this must be resolved before the 13th. So the 13th is very, very important. We gave you all of the story because it's only important that we gave you all of the story. Now, I can only say to you, the Council of Churches are involved in this negotiation. Madam Salif involved in the negotiation. The former Foreign Affairs Minister, she's involved in the negotiation. And if it is true what we are hearing, we hope people make that correction. They are now considering Sekou Kane from District Number 2, Musarado County, to replace Richard Cohen. Now, there's a lot of information coming up, so it's not a joke now. Yeah, we did all our joking thing, we laughed, that's fine. But to hear from our sources today, parents, good, that they are considering replacing Richard Cohen. I don't know how I can say it a grain of salt, but I want to say these are concerning information. That Speaker Fonati Kofa is willing, but he has said this so many times, that he will step aside, even in his letter after the Supreme Court ruling, that he will step aside for the right thing to be done. But they must go for an election. They must have a new election. And if the majority black, something I don't want to believe, that some members are eager to turn their back on Richard Kuhn. Richard Kuhn is very, very concerned, and he's pushing back on that election aspect. So that's the big news today. I took everything out there. I also say, as part of the negotiation, the majority black saying, we will continue to suspend Papi Flomo, Mervyn Cole, Yeke Koluba, and Luther Collins. And we will not pay them. There is no negotiation to allow us to pay them. It's part of the negotiation. Don't get mad now. Glenny, welcome to the show. It's part of the negotiation, give and take. So when people saying something, don't get bad and say, oh, you're going to replace it. No, it's complete give and take. You can have it all. If the majority of black agree to go for an election, you must agree to give them something and take back something. But what is troubling today, for some members of the majority of black to tell me that they are considering District Number 2 lawmaker, I think that's his name, Sekou Kane, to replace Richard Kuhn, that is troubling. And I hope somebody can respond to that seriously. I don't know what Richard Kuhn did that they want to replace him. If they say they are replacing him, then it means they have agreed to go for election. So a lot of information coming out. So again, let me go back very quick before I bring the guys in. Look at this letter. Daniel Sanders saying, okay, you cost Jose Yemabuaka, I will cost your mind and your power. We get a clip, we'll play the clip for you. Look at this document also to say to everyone here, good governance commission headed by Alaric Tupa. Something is happening there. We discuss it. And Minister of Justice said you must have permit if you want to protest, whether it's allowed or something is happening now with the Justice Minister. I don't know what's going on. They're all having some one flew over the cuckoo nest moment. So again, I will say to all of you, welcome to this Spoon Talk. Fubi Henry, it's good to have you. Councillor Good, it's good to have you always. And Glenny, as always, we appreciate your time on Spoon. What's on your mind, Brother Fubi?
Okay, so yes, okay, it's Sano Johnson and not Daniel Sano. I think you made a mistake. Sano Johnson.
Yes, Sano Johnson. You know, I always get that confused. Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, I think the lot of trending topics, they're all good topics, and Liberia is our home country, and I always say we have to do what we can do to make Liberia a better place, to stand for Liberia, to advocate for Liberia, to push the government, hold the government accountable where necessary, and to also hold ourselves, our private citizens, accountable to help the country move forward. And nobody will do that for us. We have been running this cycle of not getting things done for a long time. It's up to all of us, whether you're part of the government or not, opposition or part of the government, we all have a stake in the country. So we need to ensure that we protect the stake that we have and drive this country to succeed in whatever way. But my call to the government is it's time to focus on building the private sector. I said that during Madam Salif time. I said that during President Weah time, and now I'm saying it again with President Bouaka. We have to do what we can do to build the private sector. Our economy cannot be in the hands of foreigners, and we think that things will go right. And that's why we all need to drive and push. So let's push Liberia, say build Liberia, think Liberia, and love Liberia. So if that's the agenda, all of us will get on board and drive it. Thank you. We'll look forward to a good show.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fubi. My brother, Councillor, welcome to the show.
For me, I wish that the arrest agenda will be implemented. I think it is a good agenda. It's just that I think it started on the wrong footing, and especially with the rule of law component. I think that's where They've had a lot of challenges since they started, but I'm sure gradually if they put their acts together and pay attention to governance instead of thinking about 2029, I think they're going to be successful. So I wish that the agenda works because it is going to help every one of us. We're going to benefit. The citizens going to benefit. Our schools, our hospitals, our roads, our farmers. So I think we all should put up a posture of giving our support to the process. Once it is open up for us to actually give our own ideas and apply our own efforts. The issue of thinking that somebody is an opposition, a sedition. When you say something today, they brand you. Oh, this is a CDC person. I think it's better for them. It's good for them to listen to the criticism and then work on it. Some of the areas that they're having challenges in, they can work on it and do better. But if the posture is there, this posture of I know everything, I don't need your advice, they will fail. The same thing happened with the CDC government when we were advising them and telling them some of the wrong things that were happening. They took us to be enemy. They declared us to be enemy, and they could not give us audience at a certain platform. Now they are out. So we see the same thing creeping in with this regime. And so if they don't pay attention to governance, little things will distract the entire progress. All of the good things that could be done in the country would not be known. People will only be talking about. You think really, Stanton, the past 6 months, you think nothing good was already done in the country? But what is happening? Just one component that is having challenge. Everybody's attention is now being paid to rule of law issue. House of representative, people take new position. Those are the things they're not talking about the rules. They're not talking about maybe whether they give support to the hospitals. They're not talking about whether civil servants are taking pay regularly. It's not concerning any longer. It's just the little negatives that they have. So they gotta be focused, go to the drawing board, sit down, be focused, listen, talk less, so that you can do what you promised to do. And I think they're going to have a successful period if they listen. That's all. So I wish the government well. I wish that they succeed on the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor. Benny, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. That morning, the first thing I woke up to that Sandra Johnson story, where he said he will cost the people mind if they cost Puerca. Then the afternoon, we see that the reason why he did that story is because they made him liaison to the president from the Senate. I just want to ask, if he's the liaison, what is the role of the chairman on executive? What is the role of Vice President Kuhn? Those people, they don't report to Boyka. Are they not a direct link? That Sandra Johnson coming? Where the money coming from to pay him? Why does he need to be in the Senate? There's just so many questions. But anyway, that Liberia, they will also woke up to, thank God the lawyer is here, to the justice minister. I mean, people have a right to protest, and they have a right to protest legally. Follow the rules and regulations. I'm not a student of the Constitution, so I don't know if the Constitution has anything that says that people can protest, that the justice minister issue a statement. First, the statement he issue, and it may be petty, but it's serious. You can issue a national statement into our domain, and then you don't check the errors and make corrections of what you want to say. When you do it, we'll point it out to you. When it won't cost me, they will cost me, but there was an error. We'll talk about it. Before you put it into the public to consume the information, make sure you check it, let it be correct. We're not here to interpret what you meant. We're here to read what you said and interpret exactly what we saw. So unless the Constitution says people cannot protest unless there's approval, then that's it. But I don't know what law supports that. people must protest, they must do it right. They can ask for permits and stuff. Is that what the government want? But you can't threaten people from protesting because it didn't work. We criticize George Weah for that. George Weah, people criticize Ellen Johnson also for that. So we can continue on that. We can continue on that trend. Then we woke up to Fanatico for clarifying some of the rumors, news and stuff, and the story. We see Ellen Johnson. I posted her today. The woman can leave. She always in the middle of the politics. Whether it's true or not, we'll get to that. But it's a good thing that we're hearing that there is a possibility that they're harmonizing. And now whatever the suggestion is, like you were saying, Stanton, that someone else is going to be elected, whether the majority black will accept that, that's another story for us to talk about. But today I want to end by saying there's a Liberian guy from Fatoma Molba who has been selected as a defense linebacker for New York Jets. He's young, he's from Liberia, and that is an amazing news. I want to say congratulations to his parents and to himself. So now we will left football. Me, I will be watching New York Jets now. The people who I will be for because Liberia playing on it. That's it. Hello,
thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brandy. We want to say to all of you again, today is Thursday, the 1st of May, the 1st of May. Can you imagine January, February, March, April, May? 5 months now in his second year of President Walker. We're almost in the middle. Hey, man. 1 year gone, the other year coming to finish. 5 months. 5 months. As for any new thing that have happened, and people say, oh, what's the way you saying it? I mean, I think it's only fair, Glenny, for us to say 5 months. All of the 15 months in this government, Fubi Heraldin took 8 months to destroy the Capitol building of Fubi. You are just joking. But Fubi, you, because you're trying to be represented too. 8 months, burn down the Capitol building and defend the cause of removing Fonati Kofa. And the fight still on. Are those some of the achievements you want to celebrate? I mean, I'm asking you. All of the 15 months, same President Bwaka Poe is saying, I Joseph Yima Bwaka Sr. do something sweat. They took 7 months to do 112 to balance budget, and they ate all that money, and it took 8 months continually to talk about replacing speaker. So my fellow Liberians, just ask yourself, as you enter a new month, ask yourself, what are some of the achievements yet? Nobody making flour. Don't insult nothing. But what are some of the achievements yet? Funny. What are some of the achievements? You talk about roads. Are those new money roads? No. I mean, we heard about the $5 billion coming from HPX. We heard about $3 billion coming from China. We heard about Assad Mita giving $2.something billion. 15 months in this government. To all those of you that listen now, let's be sincere. No insult. Don't be like Daniel Sano or yes, Dazo. No insult. Just tell us. I mean, just remind the Liberian people. What are some of the new things? What's really happening in Liberia? I'm going to sit here and we'll do the thing. It will be a show today, right? We'll open the full line, we'll share the link, come on and say your own. What are some of the new things happening in Liberia? 15 months in this government. Now, some of them are standing. It's too early. I remind you, are you sure it's too early? If you say it's too early, then I'm going to ask you, are you sure it's too early? How can you say it's too early? The 2 years will be gone. You'll be left for 2 years to operate. So it's up to you. I'm not attacking you. Don't attack me. Let's just ask the basic question. If you're in Liberia, you see anything new, any development, just let us know. Let's talk it. Don't get vexed. But I can tell you so many bad things that have happened in this government, and it's happening in this government. So many. And then we ask the people, please decide. Hey, the councillor is here. And oh my God, I'm in the midst of 3 defeated representative members. 3. Akari's going to make it 4. So I can talk because I'm in the midst. I'm there with them. They got some run for that horse. They wanted to capture it. They wanted to be a representative, but it didn't make it. So we got some good people here. People that know the subject matter. People that understand Liberia. So let me ask you. Tamba, welcome to the show. It's good to see you, Tamba.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton.
Yeah, even before we get to our topic, I want to just ask you. I'm not missing anything before we get to the topic. My fellow Liberians, don't get fair. Let's just talk the thing and farm the people, right? Let's just talk the thing. Just be fair. Don't get vexed. 15 months in President Bwaga government. What's new? Tell me. 15 months. 15 good months. What have happened that you are so impressed with? What's new? Look at the Capitol building. It burned down. No speaker. Speaker 1, speaker 2, for the speaker. 15 months. The government was living on 112. On the 112, the president buy a bulletproof car. 15 months. Massive corruption taking place all over. I mean, let me serious. You know what? Let me mind my business, because if Paul Kennedy appear tonight, please, nobody will tell you that I showed the picture yet. I just showed you the one last time. Once you appear, nobody should tell you that I showed the picture, right? The picture will show you. Take a picture of it real quick, because I about to put it down. Paul Kennedy is in the salon. He's doing his feet. He's doing his hands. They call it the medicure and pedicure, and then he get drinking another tea. But counselor saying I meant drinking juice. You know, they meant drinking drink. I don't know what I meant, but he's drinking something, right? And the man saying coming back to America. That's what I heard. So you ready? I'll take the picture down. Y'all please don't tell me I'll put it up. Yeah? All right, let me know, man. Hey, bro, it's good to see you, bro. It's good to see you, bro. How you doing today?
Something wrong with you, why you got my picture all over the place?
Okay, it's good to see you, man. I know what you're talking about. It's good to see you, bro.
German, how you doing, man? You don't listen to Stanton is a politician. You don't listen to him.
Yeah, I'm not a politician, my man.
He's trying to run politics.
I'm in the midst of 4 politicians that were defeated. So I'm not a politician. Yeah, I'm not a politician, but I want to welcome every one of you. But the question remains, let's run over this story very quick, and then we can come down to 15 months in the government. What are some of the major achievements and the downsides that the Liberian people can talk about tonight? I'm going to put this up first, right? Before we do that, I think you had the time to read this. If not, I will send it to you, Councilor, because I forgot I didn't send it to you. Good governance. Maybe we can make this last. I want you guys to take your time to read it. Let's go to the next story. This will be interesting. It's all over there now. The statement from the Justice Minister. The statement. What you make about this thing? If you have the time to read it, I'm going to go to you, Fubi, because you did. Let's talk about this. Make this the first topic for tonight. Folks, continue to share the show wherever you find yourself. We appreciate you. Share the program, and let's have fun tonight. Fubi, Justice Minister through his press secretary or whosoever put out this statement. What say you, Fubi?
Yeah, so quickly before that, with the government in office, I can say the government is better than CDC government. Within this comparing year on year.
No. Let's talk about it. I want us to spend enough time on this government 15 months achievement. So I will give it to you. Let's just talk about this.
So the justice ministry, when you read Article 17, you have the right to peacefully assemble and petition your government and instruct your representatives and other government functionaries, but just do it orderly and peacefully. And so that is guaranteed by law. And also the justice ministry also requires some of these permission, this notice, so that they can also have the police to assist in whatever you do, because your right to protest should not infringe on other people's right not to protest. Because sometimes people get on the street, they want to move, they block the road. So police will work with you to guide you through and say, look, you want to protest, this is a route you're using. So they also give notice to others so that there should be no conflict between parties. Because let's see where your right stops, somebody on the right begins at that same point. So I think that's the essence for government putting some of these circular. They have been done from time to time, and just cautioning people. And I've done a lot of petitions at the Capitol building, and most times I also write them, and they gave me my permit to go. But if the permit is not, the writing there is not meant to get their approval or to stop you, but just to keep them in note, to notify them. They will get the police. What they do after you do that, they will give you copy of your permission. They will also give the police copy and ask you and the police to work together, and so they can direct the route to ensure that there is peace and law and order. So I think that's the essence of that whole permit issue. But government cannot stop you from protesting. It's your right to protest whenever you want to do it. Government cannot stop you. But I think it's just the collaboration with the police, and also to ensure that others' rights are not infringed on. Because you want to protest, you cannot stop him from moving. You want to take this route, you shouldn't also disturb me because I want to go up my normal business. So I think that's the essence of that. But I want to just, government just need to be mindful on some of this and have a better way to put it. Because sometimes the way you write the letter, people will read it and interpret it their own way. So, and nobody, once it's already out there, you're not in the mind of anybody to interpret it. So you have to find better way to present these things. And it's not like government must give you permission before you protest. No, it's a right to protest, and you don't need permission to protest, but you need the collaboration of the police so that there shouldn't be disturbance. And once you're doing it orderly, it shouldn't be a problem.
So thank you very much. Let me put this thing up. Let everybody read it. That would be better. And let's see. I know you're having some trouble time trying to defend this. This is a mess from the Justice Ministry, and I can blame you fully. This is a warning. I don't know how you want to call this. Protest march without permit. They are saying it's illegal. Perpetrator will be prosecuted. Let me just leave that caption right there. Well, I mean, what say you about what you the first line? Justice Minister is wrong. No, I want you to be very clear now, because you're dancing around the bush. They're saying that it's illegal. They say that you'll be prosecuted. They're saying without permit it's illegal. They're warning you. They're warning the nation. They're warning the public. Then you try to spin this thing?
No, I disagree. That government cannot stop you from protesting. I made that point. But I'm saying the essence of people writing the government for permit is to get the collaboration with the police, so that you don't infringe on the rights of others, so that they manage your route and manage to protect you also. That
so before we move to comes to the good down, everybody at the ministry, right? Most of the people that you call ministers and director over there, they should have some legal background. If I'm making a mistake, correct me. Especially those ministers, assistant minister of litigation, deputy minister, assistant minister for days. All these people should have some legal background. And at the end of the day, documents such as this should be revealed, not even if it's not the minister proper, maybe other deputies or assistant minister, but it should be approved. You want to tell me that the whole big country like Liberia, you're telling people that they must, you would jail them, you would arrest them if they go protest?
Government can stop from protesting. That's your right to protest, and government cannot stop it. It's what you did. Notifying government is something good. I can say it's something good to notify government, but government should not stop it because it is your right under the Constitution to protest. Everybody got that right, and the reason why people protest.
Let me, I'm going to keep it for last, Councillor. You the legal man, yeah. Let me keep it for last. Let me bring in Glennie. Glennie, let's hear you. You read this thing. It's there. I beg you, Councillor. I won't keep you for last. I beg you, sir. Let bring in Glennie. Glennie, go ahead.
So there are some things that we shouldn't finagle with. We should just say it, shoot straight at it. This letter is a stern warning. And I think this notice, is infringing on people's rights. Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution talks about peaceful protest, assembly. So what I'm hearing is when people, even where we live now, when they're ready to protest, do they go and say, I won't stay on the street and protest today, I won't put a placard, or I have to go and ask the justice minister? Is that what Fubi is saying? I mean, it would be a good practice if you're having a large like June 7, yes. But you cannot say that what the government is doing now is correct. It is not correct. People have the right to protest. And if you want to say, okay, if people want to tell you fine, but don't make it look like or make it appear like there is a law that they must get the government's approval. That part that is indicating that they must seek approval before protesting, that's illegal. They're now acting illegal. What they're doing is wrong. That's not right. That's not right. If they want to tell the government, they tell them. These are some of the things we condemn from George Weah's government. We cannot now, because we supported Joseph Boyka now, and say what they're doing is right. No. This letter is a warning to people. It's almost like anytime you decide to go stay in the street, you must go and get permit from the justice ministry before you do that. Where is the law that says that? How is that legal to tell people that? How are we allowing that and hearing it and saying, oh, when you come and you speak what is supposed to be the right thing, and then you for fear of being bashed at, you come and you side with something that is clearly wrong. We don't want people to do it. Peaceful protest is encouraged. It's not every protest on all. When us people don't just get on the street and become foul and start acting lawless and stuff. If someone wants to protest peacefully, it is their right. No one should stop them from doing that.
Glennie, thank you very much. Folks, again, we really want to hear from you on this one. Also, again, putting all this warning. Again, yesterday was Sengay. Today is also 12. Who's really controlling the country? Every ministry and every entity belongs to the director or the minister. What is happening? This is getting serious, my people. Tamba, what is happening?
Thank you, Stanton. Very good question, but good afternoon to you and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. I think, first of all, the Constitution is very clear, on freedom to assemble, freedom to protest. As Glennie referenced Article 17, and it talks about both Article 15 and Article 17 of the Constitution. But what I usually, when I come on the show, I like to be balanced in my analysis, and I like to understand exactly why things are happening the way they are happening. And I brought today, for the last 6 months, Stanton, in your opening monologue, you did ask what has been happening for the last 6 months or the last 18 months or 1.5 years. For 6 months, we've seen the country, get on edge, where there is a serious fight for the speakership of the House of Representatives. Knowing Liberia, where we've come from, is a country that really, we've experienced war for close to 20 years. I usually would say 15 years. But we've gone through a period and we have not healed from that. We have not come back from that 100%. Lives were destroyed, people were killed, people are traumatized, even up to this day, Stanton. It is easy. And what I've seen since the end of the war, and I was a young man, in a war, and I have my own experiences. But what I've seen since the end of the war, we haven't come back 100%. And every government has been trying a piecemeal approach to our economic development programs, and they haven't gotten it right. And JMB's government, President Joseph Yilmaz Boakar's government, is no exception to that. Our most educated president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, came on the stage after Charles Taylor, after the interim period. For 12 years, she failed miserably. And today it continues. Every government that comes on board, they bring their own loyalists, they bring their own people on, and everyone supports their government based on party loyalty. That's what is wrong with us today, Stanton. That's what was wrong with us yesterday. And it's still wrong if we continue to do this in the foreseeable future. Our loyalty shouldn't be to a party. Our loyalty, once you are in government, shouldn't be to individuals. Our loyalty should be to the nation, should be to Liberia. The letter today, I've read it, Stanton, and I cut it. And as Sis Glennie said, first of all, there was an error. Paragraph 2 and the last paragraph, they didn't align. But I knew that there was a word missing there. So I think the letter itself is not needed at this time when tensions are high in the country. Look, it is understandable that if you want to protest, you coordinate with the Minister of Justice to get protection so that lives are not lost, so that there's no destruction. Those are the things that's the best practice. But you can tell people, say, oh, if you don't do this, we'll clamp down on you. It's not needed. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. Let me bring in Paul. Paul, this letter, man, it's like the government is stepping down on everything and making the country to be so tense. Like you can that freedom of expression, whether through protests, peaceful gathering, the government is saying no. But yesterday, the same folks were saying we need it, and they demanded it from the CDC government. What's happening? Those people that were standing tall against this behavior, they are the one right now today bringing forth such behavior and making the country to be like a banana republic for Kennedy.
Yeah, good evening, colleagues on the panel, and good evening to all of the Liberian people who spend time with us and go back and forth with us through the conversation. From my layman understanding standpoint, a permit is request for a permit is request for authorization. At least the English word I learned, permit. When you do not have a permit, to a certain extent, you are not allowed to exhibit, to operate, to do something without the permit. So if you make protests a permit requirement, that would be meaning that people who will want to protest must first of all seek approval or the authorization to do that protest, which in itself contravenes Article 17 of our Constitution. Because if the Constitution is saying you have the freedom of assembly as a person, as a group of people, you all can go to assemble, honor the law, and then the government come back to say, listen, while it is true that you have the rights under our law to go to assemble, but to do that you must get permit. I think they should change the language from permit to request for coordination, because when you say permit, then you restrict and you are requesting that these people who want to do this thing that has given them as the birthright under the law, they must get your approval. And what permit can do, request for permit, you can, if I'm the justice minister and I don't want you to protest on June 5th, and you write requesting me permit to protest on June 5th, I will delay that promise. If it has to be authorized before you go to protest, I can move your June 5th protest to June 19th. And when I do that, I demotivate you. It's a strategy to demotivate. So the whole permit thing, it is not constitutional. Now, that does not mean government has not done it. When government seek permits and when they are passing to use the channel to getting permit before protest, it's only obvious that they are trying to control how protests are conducted. Now, let's come back to the issue of whether there was protest during we had time whatsoever. Yes, there were protests during we had time, but even one of the times I saw them, people were giving people water to drink while there were protests. Now, what I need to research is whether George Weah was also requesting permits before protests. Because if they were doing that in George Weah government, that was also a violation or a contravention, whatever that legal English is, to Article 17 that gives people the freedom. Because protest is a civil disobedience. When people protest, they are aggrieved. They come to exhibit their grievances through the means. Protests can be coordinated. It's not always peaceful. In fact, I've seen protests where people say, you know what, do not cross this line. They say, we'll cross it. We want to disobey you so that we'll call your attention to be able to do all the right thing. So when you're asking for permit to disobey, I think there's a contradiction there. This government should not be using that word permit. If they want to honestly think that it's coordination, they should be seeking, request for coordination or request for support. They should take the permit from there. When you ask for permit, the permit can delay you. If I'm the justice minister, I will derail your protest.
Thank you very much.
I'll give you the permit 1 month later when you requested it.
Thank you. Paul, let us just read this. Article 17 from the 1986 Constitution. All person at all times in an orderly and peaceable manner shall have the right to assemble and consult upon the common good, to instruct their representatives, to petition the government or other functionaries for the redress of grievances, and to associate fully with others or refuse to associate in political parties, trade unions, and other organizations, period. There you have it. It's very simple, very clear. The justice minister today, for 20 some more years, or you can make it 50, 100 years. You see, there's trouble coming in Liberia. These are the folks that will pick up the passport and leave the country, and you will not see them to ECOWAS or somebody go in that country to restore peace. These are the people that will bring problem in Liberia. You wake up one morning with your 100 years experience in law, in the Constitution, you allow your staff to put out a nonsense, saying you will persecute, you will jail somebody, you will put them out, you will handcuff them. For you to educate the nation and address the issue at hand. You are there talking Tabata. Also to understand Tabata, because you do yourself Easterner. You are there jumping around to create even more problem. And then everything will go on just like Yumabwaka because he appointed them. He brought them into power. The same nonsense that Sengate did yesterday. Sengate jumping around and said, I would take EPS people from the president, George Padawea, and the vice president, Joe Howard Taylor, those former leaders. So Oswald Toy come into Strong Face too and say, if you get on the street, we'll arrest you. You must come to me. When I'm pleased and satisfied, I will give you paper to say you can go protest. Who says so? You must come to me. I'm the only person that will allow you. Any sedition and any ANC, any ALP, any opposition political leader put their foot down to say they want protest. Without permission, we'll come after you. But where were you when June 7 took place? Where were you when all the people went on the street and they protested? Where were you? Is that something new now? So I'm going to read this, and maybe the lawyer on the set tonight will help us understand again. Because also, what I'm telling you, no if and about. This guy, I can see trouble coming through him, through his opinions, through decisions, and what he's doing. And when that trouble comes, he will get on the plane and come to the United States, where he will reside till the trouble is over. And the Liberian people will be the one to go through hell. They got a passport, they got a blue or brown or green book in their pocket, and they can leave anytime, anytime. They will even bring the dogs and the cat. They will take them from Liberia. And you, the Liberian people, you will suffer. But this is what the Constitution says. All person, including us for 12, all person, he feeling now to interpret the law to be fair because he want to be a partisan. They say at all times, not sometime, not only on Sunday, not only on Saturday, not only in the morning, not only in the evening, no, all times. In an orderly and peaceful manner. You go peacefully, easy, shall have the right to assemble and consult upon the good common good. You have that right. To instruct their representatives, to petition the government. And we need a petition as well, 12. For lying his opinion, we need to petition him. You can do so. So let that come to you, Councillor. Help us, man. You're working in our ministry for a very long time. Let's hear you, please.
So, Stanton, I send you screenshot, so maybe you can pull it up. I listen to everyone, but I will advise going forward that whenever there is anything about legality that comes, out, it will be good for us to ask and get some clarification before we probably come on the show. Because if we don't do so, we may end up shooting ourselves in the leg. So the question is whether the Ministry of Justice has the authority to issue permits. And the question is yes. They have that authority to issue permits as per the law of 1975 on permits. And that law was affirmed by the Supreme Court opinion in 1986. A case against the Grand Court, the Republic of Liberia in the Grand Coalition with Gabriel Poulet and the rest of the guys who wanted to protest against the election of Samuel Doe. It was connected. And the Minister of Justice denied them of the protest and they filed a prohibition to that effect. And the Supreme Court, in its opinion, I'll read the syllable. I sent it to you. I don't know why I sent it to you. That particular portion, but I send you the act that the court stated in the opinion out of 1975. The preamble is there why the government of Liberia decided to pass that law. And mind you, that law comes out of the 1847 Constitution. Section 5 of the 1847 Constitution. I also send it to you. It is clear that we know when writing the 1986 Constitution, they took some provision from the 1847 Constitution. So that provision of Article 17 was actually Section 5 in the 1986 in the 1847 Constitution. That provision is now Article 17 in the 1986 Constitution. So in the face of that 1847 Constitution, the government passed this law. And by 1975, if Uncle Sam were here, that tension started to build up in the country, especially for multi-party democracy. So the government foresaw that there could probably be some tension, there could be roadblocks, there could be traffic jam. It's all in the preamble of that law. So when that law was first challenged in 1986, the Supreme Court ruled that the government of Liberia had the Minister of Justice has the authority to issue permits for protests, marches, demonstration, whatever you may call it. So the question is, does the Ministry of Justice, again I say, have that authority? The answer is yes. That authority is not only, like Phoebe was saying, which I would just probably disagree with small, most of it was right. It's not only for just coordination. The Minister of Justice can stop a protest. They can weigh the national security effect of that protest and say they will not grant that protest at that particular point in time. They have the authority. So that's the law.
Okay, so say you are the councillor here. Hold on, guys. Say you are the councillor here. Allow us to help you help our audience. One, what you sent me, you said which year? It came from before the 1986 Constitution or after?
Yeah. It came before the 1986 Constitution. It was affirmed, but it was affirmed by the Supreme Court after the coming into force of the 1986 Constitution in March. Because this opinion of the Supreme Court.
Hold on.
1986.
Councillor.
Yeah.
Councillor, you see, let me be fair with the discussion.
Yeah.
What you just sent me, and I'm uploading it. It came prior to the 1986 Constitution. And every Liberian should understand this. When the government of Samakedo honor those tense moments, they put something, they said, yes, the justice minister can stop it because they wanted to crack down on oppositions. They were trying to do everything possible for the people now to exercise their right. Councillor, don't do this to us. Anything prior to the 1986 Constitution is dead.
Okay, so
No, Councillor, hold on now. Because we'll put it up. Don't hold on. I beg you, my brother. We'll deal with you. We are not lawyers. I don't want to be like my sister Gladys because my papa too did that thing in the Minister of Justice and at the Temple of Justice. But at least we all here get common sense. My fellow Liberians, what this councillor is starting today, anything prior to the 1986 Constitution, you cannot use that as an argument to justify what the Justice Minister did today. Because the 1986 Constitution, Article 17, very clear. They make no mention that the Justice Minister had a right. And I think if you are in court, to God be the glory, if I'm the judge, I will kick you out for falsifying the interpretation of the 1986 Constitution. This is the 1986 Constitution. Anything coming is stopped right here. And anything thereafter, the country got to abide by. So you cannot bring this olden time citation and say, yes, the Justice Minister got right. But I will give the other chance, though. And we'll come back to you, Councillor. Let me bring in Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray.
No. Stand down.
Oh, you want
stand down. It will be unfair. No, stand down. It will be unfair for you to. No. Thank you.
Go ahead.
When you say that all laws, that were passed before the 1986 Constitution are not laws, then you are wrong. The 1986 Constitution, when it came into force, when they wrote that Constitution, all laws that were passed before, that's why they even say all those who were citizens of Liberia at the time before the passing of that Constitution remain citizens. All laws that were passed remain in force, except where it comes in contravention of a provision in the Constitution. So you can't say all the law because the criminal procedure give me chance. Yeah. So this particular act, no, wait, give me chance. This particular act that was passed in 1975, when the Constitution was brought in force on January 6, 1986, this law was challenged by the Grand Coalition in March of 1986. By that time, we had the Constitution in force. And on May 30, 1986, the Supreme Court ruled affirming the authority of the Minister of Justice under that law.
You cannot
So you
share
can't
what
say
you just said.
you
But
can't
when Councillor, we got a huge audience. I want you to go in the back and share those different dates up to the Supreme Court ruling, May 30th. And I want you to prove it right now. Here's the issue. It's contravening with the Constitution, which is Article 17. And Article 17, Article 17 stand tall. You cannot play this little.
I have a question. I have a question for the councillor.
Go ahead. Paul, let's bring it Honorable Gray. Let him speak. Then we'll come to you for your question.
Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution, the basis for the argument by even the ruling unity party.
Yes.
Yeah. The basis of the argument, they say shall have the right to assemble and consult upon common good, to instruct their representative to petition the government or other functionaries for the redress of grievances. You don't need a permit to assemble. Let me repeat. You don't need a permit to assemble. I threw a challenge to the councillor to show a provision of the law that says whether a Supreme Court ruling that says to assemble, you need a permit from the government of the Republic of Liberia. There's nothing. It is under the Article 17 that political assembly have been endorsed, and the special administration could not prevent that. And the reason why we could not prevent that, because of the Justice Minister advice that Article 17 that calls for peaceful assembly or people assembling, you cannot thwart the efforts of the people, but all the courtesy and respect. Sometimes the Ministry of Justice is written to be informed and not to prevent, to say, look, these are the routes, this is where we're going, so that they can send the police behind you. It's just a courtesy. But the ministry has no authority under the law, let me repeat, to stop any group of Liberians from assembling, to petition functionaries of government, to petition the legislature, to petition the president of the Republic of Liberia, or to express their grievances. Read Article 17. So that Supreme Court interpretation that you're talking about, it does not explain Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution.
Yeah.
It doesn't. That's why the Unity Party use. That's why the COP use for the June 7 protests and other protest actions. Yes, we couldn't stop it because people said they were assembled. So it's a thin line between people assembling and people protesting. So if people decide to assemble and express their grievances, okay, the only thing I think maybe you want to stop if it becomes violent, it's another thing. But nobody going to write the Ministry of Justice to say, we want permit for you to assemble, we want permit for you to march. No, you only need to send the police for the police to escort us. Otherwise, the danger here, let me tell you the danger here, that the day group of citizens want to go petition that law because they are capital building, they will say you need a permit. That's what they will say. The day the citizens under Article 17 say they want to go petition that lawmakers, they want to assemble, even in church, when the people say they want to assemble in the church or in the mosque, the justice minister is telling the country that they can stop you that day from assembling in the mosque. That's why they use the word assembly. And it's very clear. So there's not an argument, except the councillor has a new interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling under Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution. Because we are being specific, and Stanton is being specific, though I just joined the conversation, but the specific thing is Article 17. Article 17 does not give root to the interpretation of a Supreme Court ruling in 1986.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Greg. Let me, before we bring in Colonel Gray, Governor Clinton, let me give the 30 seconds to Paul Kennedy.
Thank you, Stanton. The councillor has been very educational today, but I would just ask his permission to please provide us a new constitution article which state that the Ministry of Justice, under our laws, has the right to request a permit before anyone protests. Because he made some citations about different dates and time and different laws.
So I can proceed.
Please, yes, please.
Okay. So, Mr. Kennedy, this is the law like I said, I sent to Stanton. The law, because we people not just talking about assembly. They think it's about protest. That will be clear. It's not assembly to go to church, to go to to party. We're discussing here. No, we're talking about protest, marches, and demonstration. I send the opinion to you. I send the syllables of the Supreme Court opinion. I even send the case and Senator Witherspoon. The case is Republic of Liberia versus Grand Coalition, 1986. It was determined on May 30, 1986, after the Constitution of Liberia had come into force on January 6. That particular provision, that particular opinion says in syllable 9, the Minister of Justice is empowered to issue permits for all marches and demonstrations within the Republic of Liberia.
You say for all what?
Any group of persons desiring to stage a march or demonstration within the Republic of Liberia must first obtain from the Minister of Justice, the Republic of Liberia, a permit to do so.
Okay.
In 1986, the Grand Coalition decided to march and protest. It was on that basis that the government of Liberia did not issue the permit, relying on the Act of 1975 that I sent to you. On the basis of that, they took the government to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court heard the case after the Constitution being enforced. That was in March, and in May, the Supreme Court ruled upholding that statute of 1975. So that is the issue.
Okay. So thank you very much.
People say they want to protest. It's not about going to church. You want to protest, you want to assemble at the party.
The Constitution says
wait, guys. We have one of three members of the Senate that have not spoken. Guys, let's take it easy. It's okay to have our brother Lafayette, who is the counselor, and now we have another counselor, the sister law group. It's good to have you, Councilor Clinton. And we have former Minister Azido in the back with the former corner of the AFL, Corner Remy Gray. We want to welcome all of you guys. I mean, if you're out there, you're a lawyer, constitutional lawyer, and you want to participate on the show, you have my number, please. Just call in. We'll be happy to have you. Let's do this for our country and those people out there to understand. Before I move over to my brother Edward McGray, this is what our brother Lafayette Gould is relying on. But if you read it through, everything he sent me with the date, you come to understand that the counselor is conflicted with his interpretation. I think that with Glennie, that the counselor is conflicted. One, this is why he sent me, no association, but whatever name call shall function as a political party. The whole thing prior to the 1986 Constitution being revised, it was about the political party that Samuel Kanyando was cracking down on. Period. We know this. Samuel Kanyando was going against all the political leader, William Colette, Unification Party Chairman Jackson Fair, Doe, and everybody, and Edward B. and Cassidy, the Unity Party founder, and all of them. We know this story. So you're quite correct. It was a crackdown on the rule of law. It was a crackdown on independent political party that trying to remove Samake Doe. It was a crackdown against the people, period. Well, beginning, but at least we know history.
Repeat the law.
So it was a crackdown.
You don't have to repeat the law to Assemble. You don't have to repeat the law to Assemble.
No association, but whatever name call shall function as a political party. What? Samuel Kanyando said we don't want no political party. Is that
no? Stand on. Wait to a point. I send you the particular thing because of the title. I just want you to know. It's not because of who political party.
No. You can't send me something and say I'm gonna read small and don't read the whole thing. We can't do that. You can't say something that I should read small and don't read the whole thing. We gotta read the whole thing. This is how people have been deceived. Just listen to this. Simon Kando party is cracking down on political party, opposition to him. No association. He said, but whatever name call shall function as a political party. Is this what President Bwaga is saying through his justice minister? Unless the association meets the minimum registration requirement laid down by the election law and register with the Election Commission Article 79. The convening of a mass rally, I mean, you get something black in it. Political function of the political party, where the exercise of one civil right proved dangerous and pernicious to society, it is not unconstitutional to halt that right. Brother, you can't take small of the thing and you have the other one. Look at number 3. It is not unconstitutional to halt that right. How you want us to believe that when you take small of the thing and run with it? You are in error, my counselor. You are in error. The best thing here for all Liberian people, the best thing for all error. Article 17 says, all persons at all times in orderly and peaceful manner shall have the right to assemble and consult upon the common good, to instruct their representative, to petition the government or other functionaries for the redress of grievances. How do you expect the people to express themselves when they got to go bad and clean the chamber of Oswald 12 before you give them permits?
Well, somewhere we don't need to assemble.
We're going to go to Constituent Issues. You go, Remy Gray, you go ahead. You come next, and I said, do you?
So you decide on whether to put it or not.
All right, hold on, Remy Gray. Okay, guys, now hold on. Eddie, go ahead, please. Honorable Gray, let's speak one at a time, sir. Eddie, go ahead.
Lady Glendy, hi, my dear.
Hi.
Yeah, fellow panelists. You know, these are scary times when people start discussing the law that impedes on fundamental freedom. Yeah. Freedoms that we have ratified as a nation, including the right to assemble. United Nations, in its first 5 charters, talks about freedom of assembly. And then when we start questioning what the courts, that is a portion of the right to interpret our law, when we start questioning on their ruling, we're setting the basis tomorrow that we cannot listen to them, because we don't have to listen to them. Even when they say that your ascendancy to power is unconstitutional, you will kick against it because you've set the basis. This is what I'm seeing here. That's why we cannot question the Supreme Court. Whatever it says is the last resort. That's it. Now, if you gave somebody, I'm wondering, let me skip a little bit. I'm wondering if Martin Luther King and others were denied they have to write their white masters before assembly. I wonder where the civil liberty of American people would have been. I wonder where our civil liberty would be if the progressive were denied the right to assemble back in 1979, 1980. I wonder where it would have been when we challenged the issue of Decree 88A, where Mr. Doe was even trying to impede on fundamental freedom. I'm sensing that we're still having that discussion in 2025 under a regime that largely came on the basis of freedom. So, I hope the counselor will tread with caution, because freedom in Liberia is one of the most fundamental rights that people don't settle for. We went to war because of that. So I'm seeing that people are trying to set the basis so that Even when the Supreme Court will rule tomorrow, they'll say they're wrong, we'll challenge them. Even though the law says whatever they say is the last arbiter, people are setting that basis. Let's watch carefully and see exactly where people are trying to go with this. Yesterday I said if they can carry on this level of fight for just a speakership position, imagine when they're voted out tomorrow. Think they will go? People have tasted power. They have become solidly, entrenched. They see it now as their fundamental right to be in power. So I'm afraid we can, they can chunk it all. Imagine if you have to go to an Oscar tour to exercise your fundamental right that God has given you, and even the UN, us as a nation, have ratified. Imagine if you have to go answer to them for them to give you the final approval. Definitely, I think one time I said one of the most intolerable political parties is the UP. They don't have an ounce of tolerance in their veins. I hope we're not moving towards that end. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Conor Gray. Councilor Clinton, folks, again, I have to do this. He paid $500 a month. I cannot do it by accident. Says the law. Says the law here in the U.S. If you have any legal trouble, reach out to Alberto Governor Clinton. We're going to be posting the flyer. I have the email, the phone number, and every reach out. Okay, Councilor Clinton, welcome.
Thank you very much, Stanton. This is an important issue, but I will have to agree with Councilor Gouye. There are a lot of arguments to be made if you look at the opinion of the court. You can make a lot of arguments because this is the first time I'm looking at the case and I was reading the case. If you read the case, you can make an argument that because what the court was attacking in that opinion is the fact that the Grand Coalition wanted to carry on a political function and it was not a political party registered under the Republic of Liberia. But the important takeaway from that opinion also is that the court says that the right to protest, the right to assemble is not absolute, and no civil right is absolute. So once the government determines that a right poses danger to the public safety, the government then can constrain our rights and is not unconstitutional. Now, I listened to Stanton's argument, I listened to the other arguments, and the issue is you have to look at the context of what was happening at the time, what was in place at the time, the government at the time. We understand how that constitution was written. We understand the regime that was in power. We understand how the regime operated, and we understand the fear under which these judges at the time were operating. So, the crux of the matter is Councilor Gu is speaking as a lawyer. And he may disagree with the opinion of the Supreme Court, but as a lawyer, he cannot come here and say this is not what the Supreme Court says because it is the opinion of the Supreme Court. Now, like I said, you can read the argument and make another argument and say, look, but I think the Supreme Court is saying that these people were trying to organize a mass political rally. They were not a political party. And then the Supreme Court also went to say that, yeah, but even as that, if you're carrying on such a function, which is a civil right guarantee under the Constitution, but you have to balance that. You have to balance that with public order and public safety. And so if the government feels, but again, you got to look at the context, you got to look at the time. If you read our opinion, like I was reading there, now there's a lot of politics, there's a lot of political tone to it, the background. They are talking about the coalition and the masses and the allegations the government was making that they were trying to cause chaos. And so the Supreme Court was looking at all that. But again, it's the context of the time. So as of now, you have to agree with the council that this is the law. The Supreme Court look at the court and say this is the law. But the important thing is, since that time, has this been challenged? We need to re-challenge that because the court at that time is different from today. We're not operating in the Samuel Doe regime that we're operating. So that portion of the law now need to be challenged today again. Article 17 need to be
So,
challenged.
can I ask you before Asido come in?
I want to ask the lawyer.
Can I ask you before Asido come in? What was being asked for or prayed for when they went to the Supreme Court?
A prohibition.
Prohibition on what?
The prohibition on the political parties at the time, the coalition.
My way, Honorable Greg, my man. Honorable Greg, you have your time. I beg you, let's be exact here.
Yeah.
What was being prayed for when they went to the Supreme Court? They were asking the Supreme Court for what? Help us understand.
They were asking the Supreme Court
parties.
to stop. They were asking the Supreme Court to stop. If you look to the opinion, the word that keeps to resonate you of the opinion was mass political protest, mass political rally. That's the word I keep evaporating
to. Thank you, Clinton. So you said mass political rally, right? And political rally because we understand then that George, Samuel Kayando was cracking down on all this political rally.
I agree.
But today, people are saying, listen, we're going for peaceful assembly. But again, then the people want to listen. Unity party will be unity partisan. Opposition will be opposition. But again, my man, to bring the fluency thing up, and say we are going through in 1947, coming prior to 1986, and then who take precedent? Are you telling us that then Article 17, we should trash it in nothing to do? But let's bring it as a do.
1 second, right? Just 1 second. I don't agree with that opinion. I don't agree. I think there was a lot of politics.
For me, it's not the issue of the opinion. The issue is Article 17 say you can assemble. We need no permit to assemble. So you're the all that you're talking about.
But listen, I can't come here as a lawyer and argue on one hand that the majority black is saying that they have the power to do what they have to do.
We're not discussing.
They're not going somewhere. Let him finish.
I can't come here and make that argument and then say, no, the Supreme Court is the final arbiter of justice. Then come out here and contradict myself and say, now we have Article 7. Once the Supreme Court, respect for the rule of law is parallel, once the Supreme Court interprets, you have to follow it. The law as itself doesn't interpret itself. The Supreme Court,
I agree, but the court say you cannot assemble under Article 17. Was that the ruling of the court?
Hold on 1 second. You have to look at what the court
said.
The court said that you cannot. No, the court didn't say nobody can assemble. But I got let me.
No, I don't want to know that the court.
We gotta bring it out to
stop. The court at the time said. The court at the time said the government has to balance the interests of public order and the right of people to gather. And where the government believed that civil rights
Be patient, man. Let me finish.
I don't agree with the opinion of the Supreme Court. Let me make it clear. I don't agree. I believe that law today should be challenged because that time we're talking about, we have to look at the history of the time. Samuel Doe time, everybody was on fear and it was ruling, but that law has not been challenged. So we need a group of citizens to go on the street today and if the government said they need a permit and start the stuff, and then they have to go back to the Supreme Court so the Supreme Court can overturn that decision.
Thank you very much. Sorry that Asido left. We're going to move on. Again, I want to appreciate the Councillor Lafoué. I do appreciate Councillor Clinton here and everyone else. But again, to each his own. People hold on to the position because they are opposition. They hold on to the position because they support Unity Party. But if they don't want to take on the street, and then they have been threatened to go to court to prosecute them because of some flimsy law on the crackdown on the rule of law. The government is cherry picking. I like exactly what Governor Clinton said. You disobey the Supreme Court when it comes to the ruling and say you are not speaker. President Baga said, I acknowledge, but I do not accept. But now you accept the Supreme Court ruling because they favor you saying crack down on political party. Go ahead, crack down on opposition political party. and then we'll see what we'll see. But again, that was a good piece from Councilor Good that he brought it up today. At least we can read further into that case.
After,
I want to say to all of you.
After Mr. Doe speaks, I have an objection to make. Somebody just brought that the statute was changed in 2015.
Can you send it to me?
Yes, that's what I wanted to come to.
But then can you send it to me?
That's new information.
No,
So-
2015, not the statute. 2015, there was the Police Act that covers administration.
Glenny, you'll send it to us. Let's put it.
Yeah, send it to us so we can read it.
Yeah, so we read it. It would be better that we put it up and then we talk about it. I really want to give Asa the chance to speak quickly, then we'll move on. Asa, are you ready now?
Yeah, you hear me? I don't know.
Yes, we are. Talk to us.
Okay, you hear me?
You good, Asa, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, thank God he just talked about the 2015 stuff. But, I was saying, very few days ago, Kev Hassan said something which is proving to be right every day. He said the government is running the country on decree. And we saw Unity Party people all around. Why would Kev say that? Why would Kev say that? But it's becoming evident day by day.
Asa, your internet is giving you a problem. If you can hear us, we cannot hear you.
Okay, I think so. Okay.
I hope you try to come back. We are not hearing you, and sorry for that. So, Glenny, do we have it? Can we pull it up?
No, let me I know Gibson shared something, but I want to make sure what he's sharing, whether it's the same thing. But there's a Police Act of 2015 that says that people should ask the police, which means go to Justice
Do you
Ministry.
have it?
I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
Okay. So let's get it. We'll put it up.
Kierda in the chat said that you should notify.
Okay. So when let's try to get it up. So let's get it up and then we'll discuss it. I want us to move on. This is very, very interesting today. We want to say thanks to all of you that joining us. Continue to share the show, folks. Let's make some good information a better one, okay? And again, you know, every government that comes to power try to exercise and flex the muscle, to crack down on the opposition. This is a crackdown. You see Sam Gibbs saying we'll remove EPS officer from George Manawia and Joe Howard Taylor. That's a crackdown. When you see now the Justice Minister coming out and say, we see you on the street, we'll arrest you. That's a crackdown. Make no mistake. The country is leading to a place that we shouldn't celebrate. Because you know the story, right? You know the story. They came for the cow, they came for the goat, they came for the chicken, and the person said, no, we're not bothered with that snake. The snake not after us, but when the snake, bite a big chunk out of the farmer wife, and she got sick, she died. All the animals then follow. Because they had to have a face. You know that story. Go read it. This is a crackdown that the people got to speak against. Who knew that this day would have come? People will be interpreting the law that suit them. I said, we don't want protest. We'll not give you any permits. Beg for permits. Come in the morning and stand at the fence of Oswald 12 and begging to give you permits. Seriously? They God save our state. Okay, so let me go ahead again and move on to the next story. And if anybody want to add, we'll just take only 30 seconds real quick.
I have information for you.
Time out, you go first. 30 seconds, please.
Okay, so this is what the 2016 Police Act says.
Do you have it? Can you send it?
Yes, I shared it in the chat room. I shared the chat room so you can put it up. It's Section 22.86, Maintenance of Public Order. Any person who desires to hold any special event in the form of demonstrations, march, or similar event in any public place shall notify the county attorney in the county where the event is to take place of his or her intention, not less than 7 days before the date of the special event. It is a Police Act of 2016 that was passed into law. It's an act. But here's what I'm going to say, Stanton.
But why are we reading this now? Is it this supersede the Constitution, Article 17?
So
Well,
this, but
this
this
an
is not. This is
I
just
know
for
this one. I'm just asking you,
let
Samar.
me come straight on here. This is an act. This is how the police function. Where does it say permit? It said
But that's
notify.
what I'm saying. Okay.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I just read it.
It doesn't. Let me
just
come. Let me
notify.
finish. Let me learn, Stanton. Here's the point I'm going to make here. You know, if you go back to Article 15 of the Constitution, where it says every person shall have the right to freedom of expression, being fully responsible of the abuse thereof. This says that, look, permit is not required to protest. We have to be very objective here. The Constitution doesn't say permit is required to protest. The Act doesn't say permit is required to protest. Why it says you got to notify the police. But then when you go to Article 17, it says peaceful assembly, peaceful and orderly assembly. For me, this Act is complementary to the Constitution. When you have a country that is on edge, where we have advocated for violence, we've been violence for so many years, people are on edge, and you just get up in the street and say you're going to protest, it raises spiders, and people are afraid. And I think this is where you need to notify for coordination so that it can safeguard lives and property, just in case such a protest, goes out of control. But the Constitution nowhere.
No, let's get a Fubi real quick. Let Fubi. Let's get a Fubi. Councilor, let's get a Fubi real quick. We'll come to you.
Yeah, so quickly, like I said before, with the Supreme Court ruling, that the Supreme Court can be in error, and that's the same thing that just been pointed out from this particular stuff. The Supreme Court in 1986 was in error for giving that ruling, and it's good that I see Kamada agreeing that he disagree with the Supreme Court ruling then, and also this is something that our man Gray should have for the 12 years he stayed at the capital. They should have reviewed that law. Being a lawmaker doesn't mean you just sit there. You go there, you review existing laws, you review existing laws, and the ones that don't make sense, that are in line with the Constitution, you bring them up and repeal them before you pass existing law. But you just sit there for 12 years and just enjoy yourself, and you go all the nice to the end of the day, you back together and say it don't require permit, and Councilor Goose said it right. Repeal the law. You better repeal 12 years. You repeal the law.
We beg for us to move on. Gray, hold your peace. Don't respond to it, Gray. I beg you.
There's no law that
for
says that you should ask for permit.
And how about me?
There's
For
no
educational
law.
reason, for educational reason, that's why we sent the Act of 2015 that came into force in 2016. Listen, that why I always say comprehension is a problem on the show most of the time. Now, the law will say any act.
You say comprehension is a problem. Is our problem, yeah?
Not say you. I say comprehension sometimes is a problem on the air. The act is very clear. That our lawmaker 2015. One of the reasons why we say notify the police, or Tama just read it. Okay, you need to read that act. It's a repeal version of the original act. Read it. It's a repeal version. The title, look at the title. Is there repeal? Okay. So for Fubi to insinuate that there is no law that we pass to repeal that, when they say write the police, before they agree, say notify them. We use the word notify. I mean, only informing them. That's what the law says. So for Fubi to come here and using 1960 law and archaic law against the population is unfortunate, because reading Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution and realizing that draconian administration want to use that Supreme Court ruling. Okay, so we pass on an amended version of the act to say you want to do your marshal, you want to assemble, just notify the people here in the Police Act.
Thank you.
Any law in existence before that law is not evolved by this act that you just read of 2015. So you'll bring Fubi by on the show. Maybe he ran away.
No.
So let me,
Fubi want to go. We gotta go, guys.
Let me come now. Now that we know there is a law, because the Supreme Court has the power to pass its opinion and interpret the law. But the legislature, the way the legislature can correct that is they can pass new law. Now that we know that this 2015 Act that says you only need to notify the police when, then that's the law in effect. Unless that is a challenge, it overrides anything before it. So that's the law in effect now. So
so thank you very much. So can we just move on? Councillor, go ahead.
Please, 1 minute. Please. Yeah. Send you the law that Father read, Tama read. I send you paragraph D to tell you that though they didn't put the word permit in it, but read paragraph D. Please pull it up.
No, what to put there?
No, pull it up.
No, what to put there?
Where the county, where the county attorney, in consultation with the head of the police in the county, has reasonable grounds to believe that the special event, if held, may lead to violence or endanger defense, public order, public safety, public health, or the running of essential services, or violate the rights and freedom of another person. He or she shall report the matter to the minister and request the organizers to cancel or postpone the special event to any other date or to relocate the special event. What does it tell you? This is you read the law in context. No, I come in. You read the law in context.
Let the councillor finish.
Let's read the law in context.
So you can start
If you got to write the county attorney, and the county attorney had to determine whether in the ground is safe for you to have the demonstration, what does it tell you? They don't have the no. They were smart enough to move the word permit.
No, but there's also, if you read the law, the law gives you the power to challenge that decision of the county attorney to the
Of course. Yes, you can challenge it. We agree.
If you refuse a permit, you can challenge it in the court of law.
Thank you.
And
Yes, the same way the Grand Coalition challenged the law in 1986. You can challenge the law,
It is not common for them to ask you, even in cities in America.
The minister has the authority to ask for permit by that law. Wait, the justice minister has an authority to
This is a police act. It's the police act for administrative purpose.
I agree. Doesn't go to the justice. Anyway, the justice
minister has the right to ask you to receive permit. The man say
no.
But real lawyer, not us.
The counter
the justice minister can stop you.
Okay, thank you very much.
It is sad. It is sad that we're even referencing a law that Samuel Doe quote in a dictator. Samuel Doe was a dictator.
Thank you. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about
the thing about the law is that the law is clear. The 2015 Act is clear that you don't need a permit from the Ministry of Justice. It's clear.
You need to notify the Ministry of Justice.
So let's move on, guys. I beg. At the end of the day,
they have to agree.
At the end of the day,
they have to agree.
Guys, let's move on with begging. At the end of the day, Liberian people will decide is an embarrassment. I always believe, and yes, still today, I do believe that President Boaga remains champion and not only man of peace, but something is changing. Something is changing. Look at the president's surrounding. Look at yesterday's discussion with Sam Gay. And look at what the justice minister is doing today. How can't you, you're going to sit there and tell us that something is not happening? Something is seriously happening with our country. If yesterday, Sam Gay saying that he would take EPS from George Manawia and Joa Howard Taylor, and today, the justice minister Oswald Toy saying if you get on the street, we'll flog you and drag you to jail. Yeah, you show that we are not walking towards a dictatorship form of government yet. Are you not concerned that this is not the rescue government that we all champion? Are you not concerned that these guys then flagrantly breaking the law? This is concerning, folks. When we used to go against President George Manawia, people used to say Radio Kigali. People used to say, oh, it was bad. Your shop did not work out, it's bad. Because we should ask the question that you will not ask if you're in Liberia, some of you. We can ask the question because we are not begging somebody to give us money or feed us or send our children to school. So we can ask this question. But can you ask this question that you have government job? Can you ask this question if you're going to consult for the government? They will take the consultancy away from you. They will fire you. But what we are seeing in 15 months, to crack down on opposition in 15 months, the changes of the guy, it will remind you about Animal Farm. That after the cow, they are coming for the goat. So you'll be there and say, no, I ain't got nothing to do with it. They're not coming for me. And after the goat, they're going for the chicken. And after the chicken, they're going for the whatever animal that is left. It is concerning, folks. We got to open our eyes and listen. I'm not worried about somebody that collecting $10 because people say they got a hustle. But I'm concerned about their tomorrow. They will give them $5. They will insult you. They will get them $10. They will get them vehicle rights. They will dance on the street. Hero, hero, hero. That hero family in America, in Europe, they enjoy it. They can get on the plane and travel. I will teach my brother Paul Kennedy. Paul Kennedy can go to Liberia anytime and come back. Anybody here can travel in Liberia and come back. It is concerning, folks. Don't say they're champion this. Don't say that. That's how people drag people into dictatorship. That's the reason why those become stubborn. Those are some of the reasons that chancellor becomes stubborn. You think a dictator is born to be a dictator? You believe it? Dictators are made. Power gets into the heads. And they look left and they look right and everybody's subject to them. And they will execute. So therefore, as they execute and implement the will of the leader, they feel emboldened to do it beyond. It's creeping in Liberia. It is creeping in. So as we leave from the conversation to hear that the EPS director say, I will remove the security detail from the former president. I see people saying, but yeah, Donald Trump did it to Joe Biden. Joe Biden gets secret services. Barack Obama gets secret services. George Bush has secret services. They will be with them for the rest of their lives. Nobody threatened to take it from them. We need to stop this. As much as everything Donald Trump was going through on day one, he always maintained his secret service around him. It is inscribed within the law. Our country is walking a dangerous path. And while you listen tonight, whether you're a unity partisan or opposition or in position or no position, you got to pray for Liberia. We are creating a dictatorship form of government that if we are not careful, we'll regret it. And that will take another 10 to 15 to 20 years before we realize that we have messed up. I beg for us to leave this conversation because it's so painful. And I don't know who advised Mr. President. I hope if you have no one to advise the president, the First Lady, Katuma Bwaka, can advise the president. I just hope so. Because she knows him better than anyone Liberian. And I hope she can advise him. Let me come in with this conversation here. Would you guys make of this? The former senator of Bome County, Sado D. Johnson, the D stand for Dazo, he was appointed today. I want to understand this appointment, right? The president said, I'm pleased to inform you of your appointment as legislative liaison of the president to the Liberian Senate. Honorable Gray, you're the only elected representative, though we have like 4 or 5 of them that tried and didn't make it. But with this position, can you explain it to us, Honorable Akaris Gray?
You know, when you're liaison to the legislature, usually, yes, I will say that from Ellington, I realized that she appointed a former lawmaker as a liaison. First, she had someone there that was acting, then she brought in a former lawmaker. And then the next administration also had another person. And now President Barker has chosen Senator Sandra Johnson as the liaison between the executive and the legislature. Maybe somebody who is skillful, who can liaise between the groups, who could convince, who could argue. But if you're not careful, then you perform the function of the chairman on the executive. Because the chairman on the executive also lays between the executive branch of government and that of the legislature. But during our time, we didn't have an effective liaison between the two branches of government because we have people already with chairman on the executive who knew indeed their function, so somebody cannot come and disrupt their function. But no wonder why I saw the tone of Sandra Johnson has changed and even threatening to insult people, you know, which is worse. If you disagree with the president, he will insult you, you know. But I think that I just wish him well in his endeavor. But again, his procedure of insulting is not strange because he went through his Jewish school. We know the history of that. So such a person, I mean, coming down there and wanting to portray the same behavior that people expected him to have been, it's not a strange thing to, yes, but yes, the president can decide to appoint a liaison officer. Maybe the president feels the chairman on the executive is not very effective between the Senate and maybe that of the House of Representatives, two different chairpersons on the executive. Maybe they're not very effective. Maybe somebody could be able to convince the legislature for the president, saying the Unity Party does not have a very effective lawmaker in the House of Representatives. Maybe.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So Sandra Johnson, a former senator from Bowman County, the president got his retreat in Bowman County. You also understand that the president left from Bowman County. So that's a direct link, right? But he served as former senator. He was defeated. And Edwin Snow took the position away from him. I believe it was Edwin Snow that beat him. And it's not Edwin Snow that Edwin Snow beat him. I do believe so. It wasn't Alex Starler, that's Edwin Snow, if I'm not. Because Alex Starler just won. Who Alex Starler defeated? Was that?
It's Edwin Snow who defeated Dazo.
Dazo was defeated by Snow.
Thank you. So
yeah, Alex
Snow defeated Setuma.
Yeah, thank you. Alex Starler defeated Setuma. So let move on. But let's listen to Dazo. This is very concerning here, right? Dazo say if you cost President Barker, he could cost your mind and your power. They just gave you the appointment letter. No. The ombudsman going to call you now. You got an ombudsman, so no costing. They may not even get his first paycheck yet. They may not even get ID card yet. Come on, this is crazy. Today is the first. No, guys. Let's not watch it, right? This guy, I'm telling you, one of my men does over drunk because he can drink. And that's my friend. I can say he can drink. So I think he was under the influence, right? Look at this. May 1st, today. Great. They may not even put for anywhere yet because the Capitol building is shut down. They're on recess. So where are you going? They may not even get a letter of appointment yet, right? He didn't get the first ID card yet. The man said he will let.
If the lawmaker not careful, they shouldn't even work with him because lawmakers differ with the executive.
Exactly. But
if they differ with the executive, you saw the very lawmaker, so he's not the proper person to even be there.
But it may say anybody, right?
He's anybody.
Listen to him.
Including the lawmaker.
Any platform or any gallery I attend, you can be whosoever in the country. If you stay and insult Barker, I will go beyond. I will not insult you, but I will insult all the people that support you. I'm telling you, some support we need to discipline some people. We need to let them down, get them 25 on their damn bike, so they can have the respect.
This is former Senator Sandra Dazo Jolly speaking.
Yes. Anywhere I am sitting, I'm standing. You abuse or on any platform you abuse Barker, I'll go after President Barker. I'll go after everyone that abuse them. Tolerance. No, there will not be no tolerance here. You Barker, you do nothing. You put your mouth on him. And you tell the call chicken. We'll do the same. People will do the same thing to you. Because we have to stop that nonsense. Because the jumbo, that's an elderly man jumbo, you cause it, man, you cause it, one generation. And no one is talking about that here.
Are you talking
There are people, no, there are people in high places and low places that are involved with this. Former dealer, current dealer, we have to put stop to this.
It's up to you, Fubi. Let's hear you though, right? And we got so many clips on Dazzle during the election time, things he said. To be fair.
Wow.
You going to tell me that because of Lenny's young job now, Dazzle hustle now come to pass?
I 1,500 job.
Because Lenny's young job now, Dazzle out of mojo. The man is prophet kid number 2. The man say he will cost your mind, he will cost your pie, he will cost anybody behind you. If you put more on Joseph Boakai, can you imagine where our country have come to? A former senator, now we get prophet kid number 2. Can you imagine? Again, is he doing the bidding of Joseph Boakai? Is that what Joseph Boakai want? Seriously, do you really think that's what Joseph Boakai want? Fully talk to me, my friend.
So okay, it's the president free will to appoint whoever he wants to appoint. So that I will not question the president for that. But for Samuel Johnson's statement, I think I condemn it to the highest. And coming from men like him, it's not something that we're supposed to expect from men of the caliber. But again, Samuel Johnson is noted for loosely speaking, from time past, from Taylor days when we were small children, small boys growing up with Samuel Johnson and the way he talked. And that's not strange. And Liberia, like I said earlier, is a strange country. We beat our children for insulting, but we're going to elect leaders like an insult. We beat our children for not going to school. We elect people that don't go to, that didn't graduate from school. This is a strange country. And people will cheer people up for insulting. You see the fan that you get got just for insulting. The chairman on insulting presidents. He did it with George Weah. He was clapped for. He got re-elected. Now he's doing it with Booker. And that's just a sad thing for our country. And I think when you reach a certain level, we don't expect that from you. And, you can engage the issue, and being a liaison, wishing well on a job. But I think that statement about cussing for cussing, I don't think that's something he should do. I think the president should advise him that he should tone down and focus on doing the liaison work, because you need the legislature will have their own chairman or executive to liaise with the executive, but the executive also need that liaison officer between them. So the chairman or executive from the legislature are not working for the president. They're working for the legislature. So having the president have his own liaison, that's something that we not question.
Thank you very much, Fubi. And you know what I'm hearing, Glenny? Maybe that's a joke. So now you get Samuel Johnson, the former senator. He's the liaison between the Senate and the executive marshal. But you remember, immediately after the show, that he will call somebody mind power. They gave him the job. They appointed him. Just look at the timeline. Immediately after the show, they appointed Samuel Johnson. So the next person they're about to appoint will be Prophet Key. He will be liaison between the House of Representatives and the executive marshal. So Prophet Key now will be liaison between the House of Representatives and the executive marshal. Because if you put more on Joseph Boakai, they will let you. But let me talk to me. This is crazy, man.
So I think the position was already in the works before Samuel Johnson made that the conversation, because we haven't heard about him speaking in a bit. So I think the fact that he spoke this morning, he came out was strategic, that he already knew he had the job. So it was just a matter of them posting it. The fact that Honorable Gray said this, he identifies that this is precedence. They've done it for Weah, they've done it for Ellie. If they have the money, I have nothing to say. Anybody they want hire, let the government hire them.
Lady, the man said he would cost everybody. So
They ain't cost.
what's
Everybody
the
cost. Him I said they costing me all over the place. They
Okay,
ain't
so
cost.
you agree that he turned to cost, right?
Like una time, me myself cost me. Yesterday they were costing me again. They ain't cost. Anybody want to hire them?
Let's hear you. Let's hear you on this.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. You know, I opened my monologue today talking about the history of Liberia and how people are still traumatized. First of all, you know, as Phoebe and Glennie said, the president has every right to appoint who he wants to appoint in his government. That's his constitutional right. But I also believe that, you know, when you are called to serve, it's not about paying debt. It's not about trying to get even with people who disagree with you. I don't think that should be his primary focus, unless, of course, that's in his TOR or term of reference or his job description. But I think this is where we still believe that Liberia can get better. We still believe that Joseph Boakai presidency can begin to set the stage for things to begin to change, because Joseph Boakai is a fatherly figure. He's an elderly man. And we still believe that he got nothing to lose if he takes drastic action to put this country on the right course. That's how we believe. And we still think that he's going to do things, even in the next 3 years before the next election. But this is where also we call on him to call his people to tune down the rhetoric. We have a country that is really going through, you know, some psychological and emotional period. You know, the citizens are wary, they are anxious. We don't need more fire, you know, into this kitchen. We don't need people coming in and adding gas to the fire. Look, if you want to compare yourself with Yeke Koluba, then go and have a competition with Yeke Koluba, right? But that's not the Liberia. That's not the leaders that we want in Liberia. People who insult women, insult anyone, insult their leaders, their president, their speakers, you know, that is going into the gutter. And that is despicable. And that's something we should all frown on. So I think President Joseph Boakai's administration, he should call on his people to tune down the rhetoric. He should begin to inspire. As leaders of Liberia, we should inspire our people, our citizens to do better, to respect the rule of law, to try to aspire to do greatness, to entrepreneurship, to creating businesses and jobs for the countless of young people that we have in the streets of Liberia, riding motorcycles, you know, doing petitry for the women, so we can uplift them out of poverty. That should be the objective and the goal and the vision of this government and any government and anyone who comes in government to serve. So I think Mr. Johnson or Senator Johnson should be called out. There's no place in this government or in any future government where people should come to insult only. Thank you.
But he didn't want to say cost, so he said to be 25 lashes too.
Yeah, he will put you down the street and fuck you.
Former MPFL father, he used to, Senator Johnson in World War II and he used to have gun on his side on Kerry Street. And he said anybody trying to shoot them. Right in my presence, Senator Johnson, 2000 TD, right on Kerry Street at the Ataisha. And the man came to debate with all the men got gun his side. He said, when anybody try against each other, he will shoot them. I swear to everything.
I think these are some of the reasons when you are in power, right? You should do the right thing. So when you leave from power, you don't beg for 1,500 liaison job. Imagine. Imagine, you know, you found senator, in Congress, you know, going back, Chuck Small from New York, going back now to be liaison for 1,500. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Imagine the man, he was a senator for bombing. It's not easy. It's difficult. I mean, our country is going power.
You can't do that. You can't disgrace yourself like that.
Stanton, let's look at it from another perspective. Somebody who served as a senator or an honorable member of the House of Representatives could be an advisor, or they could also serve as a liaison. You could make them an ambassador, and it all goes well. Maybe the man just want to give service back to his country.
The message will cost
but let me I'm coming to that point.
But listen to that part, man.
Maybe I'm not jumping to that part. Honorable Gray, okay. Let me do my analysis. Yeah, let me do my analysis of the issue. Look, It is within the purview, and the councillor, I can defer to the councillor if he has a discerning view to this. But it is within the purview of the president of the Republic of Liberia to appoint whoever he deems fit and necessary, to form a part of the government in executing its function. And of course, a legislative liaison is a job that will really do well for the president. Looking at the example of what's happening in the legislature, there needs a third person who will really be there to facilitate the president's agenda, to work with the legislature in doing things. So that position is really key into this government. Now, let's look at government officials who use profanity. It's a complex issue. Some people look at it as an unprofessional and unacceptable behavior, but some people also see it as a straight talking thing. Like, you know what? The man is a sharpshooter. Now, but what that does stand on, it gives the people who are against it a negative perception of you in a leadership position. So when you are in leadership position, you want to be really careful of your utterances, because it makes people to disrespect you. It makes people to not want to trust you. It sways the public perception of what you stand for as far as policy issue. Is it wrong? An insult is just a person's objective. You can tell me what my mother is. It's just your objective. You say Paul Kennedy is stupid. That's how you think of me. Am I really stupid because you think I'm stupid? No. So it's a difficult situation. It does not in any way, form, or shape predicts what this gentleman's capability is for the job that he has been offered. However, if he carries his insult to somebody who is at his level, the person will insult him back. Just as simple as that. And he's the one who is holding government position. To be insulted by somebody who is not within government position, you be the judge to see who will be most affected by the practice. So, Samuel Johnson can insult all he wants until he meet up with a person who will insult him back. Samuel Johnson insult me, I will insult him too.
Paul, can I
Because
ask
I'm
you?
not in government position. So he should be careful, because now he has ascended the government position and will gain the respect of people to look at him from a better perspective.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. So let me go to my brother Commander Clinton.
Look, Fubi is right. It's the president's prerogative constitutionally to select whomever he wants, but that doesn't stop us from questioning the president's judgment. The president is the people's servant. We elected the president to do our business. So in doing our business, if the president thinks that the only people, the people he can pick to do the job are the people who will be costing for his business, then there's a problem with questioning the president's judgment. What kind of president of all the people he wants somebody who will sit down. If you cause the president, cause your mind, those are the president. That's a judgment call. It tells you a lot about this president. It tells you about his decision making. We can question that. Nobody is arguing legality and saying that it's not the president's prerogative constitutionally to select who he wants to select to servant, but it says a lot about the president's judgment. It says, is this president, is this an age thing? Is just President Bouaka who he is? Is what exactly this is? And I have a problem seriously with people like Samuel Johnson who served somewhere in Liberia. And now to come back to power, you gotta bring yourself to that level to be costing for the president so he can get you one job. It's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate where our country is going, but this president continues to make one bad decision after another bad decision. Even like Glennie said, maybe this appointment has been in the work, but if I was President Bouaka, or if I was President Bouaka, after that interview yesterday, I would rescind that appointment letter. I would rescind it. I said, because it just makes the president look bad that he's trying to reward people who are saying that they are going to go after his advisory. They are going to, so it doesn't look good for the president. And again, Fubi is the president prerogative, but the president works for all. We pay for his gas. We pay for all the privileges he got is for him to make good decision. He know more book than you and myself. He's not better than any of us. We get, and that's what we have to understand. Public service, It's not because you're the most gifted person. We gave you all the privileges so that you can be able to lead us and make some good decisions. If you're not making the decision, we can question that. You know, so that's the thing. This is a bad call for the president. If that appointment was even in the work, he should have rescinded it after that interview yesterday.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me bring it. Yeah, go ahead, Lafayette, and we'll bring in Colonel Gray last. Councilor Gu?
Yeah, so Stanton, I agree with Phoebe. I also agree with Gamonde. It is the prerogative of the president to appoint whoever he has explicit confidence in to serve. The only thing here is that the presidency, you have to understand that the president is the embodiment of the people. That's why the power of the executive is in him and him alone. So when he appoints someone to serve, that person is serving as an agent of the president. There's an agent principal relationship. So when you appoint an agent who will be, insulting people, who will be acting disorderly, acting lawless, then it means that that's the person you are. But because of where you sit, you can't do it. So you ask somebody to go and do it for you. That's just the interpretation. So for me, and I don't think, sometimes people make mistake. I don't think, I have no history of President Boyka being that kind of a person. I know you've always been a person of good character from within. So like Gamonde said, Sano is a very experienced lawmaker. He's a flow fighter. I knew him from the days of the 51st legislature, Charles Taylor time. Very good flow fighter. He understands the legislature very well, you see so. But here he said, his statement had diluted all of the things he had done in the legislature, all the experience he had. His statement today or yesterday, I just diluted it. People are not talking about his experience any longer. People are not talking about how good he was on the floor, how he can negotiate. They're not talking about him causing man, causing power. That's how sometimes that's how the country has reached to a point where some of our leaders are just gotten, out of the, I don't know where out of the mind, what is happening? Because we're losing it. So for me, I think that yes, the president has a right to appoint, but like Kamoda said, I would not have carried on with that appointment, with that particular appointment. And you can't hold him liable now because he is not on an oath. He just been given letter. The president got to have to commission him, so he can serve. So ombudsman cannot hold him for whatever he has said, because I'm not sure that he has been the other office have been administered to him. But I think it's wrong. I think the president should have start by a bit and allow him maybe to go on public and retract the statement. And after a period of time, you can give him up, because he's a seasoned guy, very good at legislature. I know him for that. He's a good friend of mine. He understands legislature. He can negotiate. I know him. But this statement has diluted all of that.
Do you think the president should withdraw? Do you think the president should withdraw that appointment now?
I even think that the president should not. I said maybe he had a letter before, because that's the reason why he was talking to that. Maybe he was sure he had a letter already that he said he would cause the man to protect the letter. Maybe, but I think for me, I would think the president should withdraw it and hold on. Later on, they can find a place for him or so, or let him make a public apology. Let him retract the statement, to repair whatever damage that will cause the person of the presidency, because he's going to be an agent of the president. So if he'll be causing man, it means that the president causing people man indirectly.
The same question. The same question. Let me ask you the same question. Now, Donald Sano, and he's a good friend. Sano Johnson, rather, not Donald Sano. I messed him up. Sano Johnson is a good friend of mine. You think the president should reconsider this appointment? I mean, his caliber, his level. Now to say that you curse President Joseph Boakai, I will curse you, I will insult you, I will flog you. Those kind of things, man. Those are the kind of people you want the president to have around him.
But Stanton, this is just one of many people. That's what obtaining around the presidency. Donald Sanders, the other one chasing after people who've joined immunity from people provided by law. You know, Oscar Toy, everybody making statement around the president. That's what obtains in the cradle of the presidency. Look, the people around the president speaks through those individuals. What coming out of the lips of some of these people, exactly what obtaining in the cradle of the presidency. So why are you surprised, Stanton? That's why I say, you know, these are troubling times. This is something I would have expected of the late regime, you know, the one they replaced. But if you're trying to do a march, I think the last regime, I don't think it was this you know, prevalent. It's becoming a way of life now, you know, that and the level of intolerance. When an administration starts speaking through some of the proponents, look, a man will not come in the remember Scaramucci, the guy as bad as Trump was, they let him go because he went on a haywire, start cussing. You know, somebody who has served as senator, they have that power to, you know, to lobby. That's why people want in their corner. Liaison of the legislature, especially the Senate, and that individual has experience, and besides, they're a negotiator. Clearly, this guy doesn't have negotiation skill. Who is he going to convince? If you don't accept him, he's going to cuss your mom. And that's a temperament. He does not have that thing we call emotional intelligence. When a man of that stature that served in that capacity would take on a radio interview instead of talking about what he's going to bring, even if you're anticipating the job, let's say, you don't have to cost to demonstrate sycophancy for the president to say, oh, he's my man. That's something you go back to some ragtag regime, you know, the likes of the Niccolo Machiavelli around the prince. They can use that kind of language. But Dazo probably doesn't come across as an intelligent guy at all. If somebody's saying that he understands the job well, negotiation is a principal skill you bring to a job of that nature, where you're going to go. People who have their own level of you know, their mindset. They, you know, you're trying to go win their favor. You go in there as a general who curses, you're not going to win that war. And at the same time, society, to whom much is given, much is expected. I think this administration is going somewhere that we need to pause and look. Too many things going on in terms of the level of tolerance. Everybody who takes on the podium, ready to cause a fight, you know, somebody said they will arrest you, they'll do this.
Thank you, Honorable Greg.
Center, man, you know.
Thank you very much. It's really important for us to say. I mean, if this is the kind of life we have in Liberia now, then it's questionable. I'm kind of like I'm saying, guys, I don't know how we got here. And I think everybody that we're involved have to have full responsibility. But you can carry a camel to the water, you can force it to drink. We did. But the kind of people that are coming around now is scary. I mean, we understand it can be from down the road, right? But these are grown men and women that should serve as an example for better Liberia. They are saying you will cost you, will fight you, will disgrace you. You're nobody. You challenge the president, will go after you. Can you imagine? Threatening people and all. The whole country is going to be like a junta state. And again, I don't know who pushing them. They are not doing it because they want to do it. They are doing it because they want position. Some of them are doing it because they want power. Some of them are doing it because they want group favor for a candidate. And you say, oh, well, the man got his job after. Who knows? Look at the timing. He said it, he got appointed. So then, can the HR boss now, what's his name? The guy from CSA?
What is the date on the letter?
Now, it's the press. It's today. It's today. Can Josiah Juket now say, will not hire you because of what you said? Because remember, Josiah Juket fired people for insulting the president. MCC and the rest of the place. Paul, you know that. So you say, oh, he wasn't hired before. So now we just gave it to him immediately after. But that actually gave you every reason not to hire him. How can you go for the job interview and when they read your profile, they say, yes, you are causing the managing director and you threaten to kill somebody and insult somebody? That's disqualification, Paul. So when the HR now say, Paul, one guy say, I'm going to tell you that you're sleeping on the show, she admiring you, they call Cecile. She admiring you, but she said, you got to wake up, Paul. She just texted me a lot. They call Cecilia. She in Pennsylvania. She said she knows
looking at my sleepy eyes.
My man, leave that thing black. Don't come and tie your phone.
That's sleepy eyes you're looking at.
But Paul asked them, I can't call him no more.
No, they call against Cecilia. She just said
a public number. But Stanton, listening, the position is not a public. It's not a civil servant position. It's a presidential appointee position, and I am no way supporting or defending Dazo here for his action. Like I said before, if you are holding a high-level government position and you are using profanity, you will send a bad perception to the people about you. So he's going to work with honorable people in the legislature. If they see him as a causer, I can almost guarantee you they may not take him seriously. So I don't think his pronunciation, I don't think his word was in the appropriate place for somebody who was just or was going to be appointed. I don't know whether he knew he was going to be appointed.
You understand that Dazo quit to apologize, so he'll come back and apologize. He quit to apologize. You know, the country is hard, right? That's what is hustling. Things started before. The man supposed to get a pension pay, they're not giving it to him. It's really hard. You know, the man been crying a lot. So the first time small for him, the man went crazy. And he said he was insulting. I'm trying, that's my friend. I'm trying, man.
The man been getting pension, but once they're appointed, he can't get it.
But I think the man will refuse that job because how much is his pension?
The man claimed that was $800 instead of $800.
Yeah, he did. So his pension at $800 for life.
Yeah.
But if the man take this job, it cut the pension off.
Yeah, they should cut it off automatically.
So he got to weigh his option here now. Okay? You know, you continue with, but the $800 is not enough. But the man got his hotel in Bowman County. He got a hotel. He rented a hotel to Western Cluster folks. So he got some money. The man got his farm. He making palm oil and everything. So, but the only thing is that the man loved the Gissy Pepsi. Let me start before the man calls me. But he loved Gissy Pepsi.
I think that Bombing solidarity, you know President Boya from Bombing, right?
No, President Boya's wife is from Bombing. He got a home in Bombing, yeah.
Yeah, work from Bombing, so that Bombing solidarity, the Omar recommended.
No, I think only he said this, but I think he deserves something because he fought for the president, by the way. So he deserves something.
My man, that boy that say we get 25 like you. That boy can be trying with pistol on his side.
My man, no, that's what I'm a man. That's what I'm a man. But let's move on, guys. Let's talk about Fonati real quick, and this will be our closing argument on the show today. The letter, we're filling with this one. So Fonati came up with this statement from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I have become aware of statements circulating on social media and other media platforms that makes insinuation regarding my position as Speaker of the House of Representatives. While I'm deeply touched by outpouring of concern for my personal well-being and the integrity of the office I hold, I wish to address these matters with clarity and transparency. He went on to say, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to make Fubi last on this one because we know Fubi's position. I want to ask you though, Tama, there's a negotiation going on. I can read what I gathered today from our sources briefly. Let me read this very quick. It's very important. Negotiation is going on. The majority black, and they have taken this from the representative level. It's on the higher ups now. Jeremiah Kuhn, former President Madam Salih, former foreign minister. The woman with the Nigerian name is hard to pronounce. I think you guys know how to pronounce her name. Can somebody help me? The former foreign minister.
King Akerele.
Olubanki King Akerele.
Yeah, Olubanki Akerele. Yeah, so it's at that level. So they are pushing this thing, saying we got to resolve this before the 13th, before the guys then go back to work. We must resolve this. One on the agenda. For now, you say I will back off. I can resign, but we must go for an election. You call the election. You bring a petition on. I will recuse myself. Thomas Fala preside. I'm out. Fonati is not resigning as a representative. He resigned from the speakership position. He's still a representative. If he chooses to leave the people of District Number 2 in Grand Crew, it's up to him. Nobody beat him on that. So that's put Fonati position. Fast forward, the majority of blacks saying, we can pay all your guys, and they should have started payment today, but they delay it. They said, but we're not paying Yeke Koruba. We're not lift up their suspension, Pape Flomo, J. Mervyn Cole, and who's the other guy? They are full. They said, we're not paying them. So that's a back and forth, Luther Collins. They said, these 4 individuals, we are not paying them. These 4 individuals, the bank sold this girl to, and will still keep them on suspension. So the minority of blacks saying, if you want to fix this thing, let's fix it. If you want to save one, save all. These are our proposal. The majority of blacks say, no, these are our proposal. But you guys agreeing to an election. Now, that's the biggest question here. Some members within the majority of black have agreed that they should hold an election. That if Fonati step down, there must be an election. Richie Kuhn and some loyalists to Richie Kuhn disagree. They say if we go for an election, Richie Kuhn will not win. So let's push against this election thing. Now the election will only be for the speakership, not Thomas Fala position. But if you say you have the numbers, why not go for election? Richie Kuhn. The rest of the guys belong to Richie Kuhn, so we should do an open ballot election. And other people say no. Because if you do an open ballot election, you understand that Lafayette Gu will say Richard Kuhn. Tamba will say Richard Kuhn. But if you do a secret ballot, and Honorable Greg know what we're talking about, that one the monkey will meet the road. If you put a secret ballot in, Richard Kuhn gone. So that's the back and forth. So they didn't pay no representative the money. Those representatives are suspended. They didn't give any of them the benefit. The conversation is back and forth, it's up and down. The guys are saying Richard Kuhn is afraid because they have decided, maybe it is true, we stand to be corrected, they will be carrying Sekou Kane of District Number 2, Mosorado County, to be the speaker. Because Richard Kuhn have created a problem in the House of Representatives, and some of his members just don't want him there as speaker. They feel within himself, he is too juvenile. They feel within himself, he has created more problem than they can handle. All of this information came today. The process is still ongoing, but at least we are to a place right now that we can say, they are getting there. Tamba, Richard Kuhn don't want election. He afraid they will not elect him, but the process got to go on. They do not want to pay Yeke Koruba, J. Mervyn Cole, Luther Collins, and Papi Flomo, and they want to keep the benefit that they can serve the suspension. The back and forth, where are you? But the creative thing here is that Fonati saying, if we go for election, I'm out. I don't want to be speaker and I can resign. That's why we are hearing from our sources. Talk to me, Tamba.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. This is a very important topic, and I'm glad that we are still having this conversation today. First of all, I think the statement coming today from Speaker J. Fonati Kofa's Facebook page, and I read it, in which he said that he's consulting or having consultation with stakeholders across the country to ensure, a transition out of the speakership position is commendable, is laudable. They should have happened 6 months ago, right? Because in leadership, when you are leading people and the majority of them come out and say, we don't want you, we don't trust you, the moral thing to do is to step aside and you allow transition to happen. So it is laudable, and I think it's welcoming for Liberia. We have been going through this impasse. Liberia has experienced this impasse for the last 6 months, and it has created an atmosphere that is not appreciated across the country. It's created anxiety, it's created fear among the citizenry, and it is actually impeding progress for this government. And I think the executive branch of this government, President Joseph Nyuma, who has been an integral part of having this conversation, should also lend his hand. So whoever Funati is talking to make sure that we can get across this impasse. Common heads, level heads need to prevail. My recommendation here, and I hope that people are watching, and I hope they watch this tip tonight. My recommendation here is Funati Kofa should not base his resignation to say, well, it has to happen the way he wants it. He has to put Liberia first. 2, if he's going to resign, and I agree that you go back to the House, there's a deputy speaker. Rachel Kuhn shouldn't be the subject or the center of this transition going forward. That also needs to happen. There has to be a give and take. So the 2 gentlemen, Funati should resign. He should submit his resignation. And then the third thing I'm going to recommend is that the representative who have been suspended, they have immunity under the law. Even our cousin representative, the one who is very abusive on all the platform, he goes around and he insults. He also has immunity under the law. I think they should restore their benefits and their pay so that they should go back to session and return to doing the Liberian people's work. Funati should be paid, the representative should be paid without anyone being held back, so that this representative, this House of Representatives, can return to working with the executive to move the agenda of the Liberian people forward. I think anything short of this, they've already burned the Capitol building. The country is on edge. And then I'm hearing all of these statements coming from government functionaries and unofficial spokesperson like Sandra Johnson, who is just being appointed as an advisor. It is not productive. It is not helping the situation. So I think it's time to move forward and move this country forward for the betterment of the next generation. Thank you, Stanton.
No, thank you, Tama. Thank you a lot. Councilor Gu, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Also, so Stanton, for me, whatever they choose to do, once it is in conformity with the law, we support it. I mean, if the speaker decides to resign, it is within his authority. It is within him who holds the office to decide. If he resigns, fine. And then after resignation, they're supposed to be going for elections. So, like Thomas said, I don't want. Maybe the reason why he's maybe pushing for one election is because he wants to be sure that maybe the person who he wishes to hold to win the position, will have the opportunity to actually go through a contestation, and that people will say that no, we already gone through it. We will come out with a motion to ratify the election, that was done in the past, and that's it. So maybe that's a reason. But where it is now, we all talk about resolving it, except that some of us believe that it should be resolved where it will have some legal honor to. He fought for the rule of law. He stood for it for a long period of time. And if he had reached to the point where he can, push no longer, and he wants to step aside, that's part of the legal process. That's part of the way the position for the speaker can be vacant by resignation. So if he resigns, they should go through the process. The next thing that will be the next part now will be left with the people, the Liberian people, to push them to have election and their colleagues. For that thing, I don't have any issue with Councillor Kofa's decision to step aside and allow a peace to reign in the legislature. If the majority
Let me ask you a
choose
question while you close. Let me ask you a
not to
question
do
real
it, he
quick.
choose to do it.
Councillor,
It's what
Councillor, I'm sorry. Let me ask you a question real quick. Councillor Kofa been calling for this thing since day one. Come, bring your 49 and remove me. They went all around the world. They went to ECOWAS. ECOWAS denied them. They burned down the Capitol building. They went back and forth and spent a lot of money. But the only thing Councillor Kofa wanted, please bring your 49. I back away, you can have it. Let's go to election. And after all of this thing, all of the 8 months of crisis, 8 months of trouble, coming down to this thing, that yes, indeed, we will give him what he asked for. Why couldn't you just do it on day one? Well, Councillor, thank you, man. Talk to us.
So the reason here, stand on before I close, the reason here is simple. I think the Liberian people in general, may have play a role, right? They push Kofa more than they push the majority. So there's no pressure coming from the majority, of members' constituency to say do the right thing. No pressure was on there. They were in hotel for 3 months. No group of people protested and they went to the hotel to protest heavily against them, except for our man regroup, who later on he still regrouping. So you can see that maybe the people that you're also fighting for, you're using all the energy for, and not giving back, and not giving the support. So why do you continue to fight? Because if the constituencies of these guys were pressuring them to do the right thing, right? I'm sure by this time some people would have gone, on the other side to do it rightly. But they are comfortably, in fact, saying that they would not respect the Supreme Court opinion. Even the real argument like talking about if it counter, they would not listen to it. And nothing has been done to them, no action taken by even the people. So why do you continue to fight? Just say, well, let me just go. That's all. I think that's where it comes from. Because if the people were really behind it, the people were really fighting and pushing the lawmakers to do what is right, still the law. Oh, you have to follow now, then go move the person. Push them, it would not be the way we are today. Or there was no push. So all the laws are all why you getting resigned.
Yeah, you're quite correct. And also when you have the government, the president and the rest of the executive defending Richard Kuhn, these things happen. Couldn't agree?
Yeah, Stanton, firstly, let me state that cussing is protected by the Constitution. Cussing. And cuss as much as you want. You can threaten someone, and it becomes a matter of law. So if we're going to be punishing Yeke and others for cussing, just that certain positions come with that outright responsibility. When you're serving as a lawmaker, society expects much, from you. So I don't see why they should be holding anyone's pay. I mean, besides, we always make the claim that anything said on the floor is protected. You cannot be punished for that. Isn't that what the argument has been somehow? But I agree with you, Stanton. This is the position of Funadi from day one, regardless whether you change the language. He had declared earlier that he's not interested on the position again, but the rule of law must be followed vehemently. And look, I understand how exhausting that can be. Most people get wearied and tired. The men got a family probably. They have a different stress level that they have to accommodate, so as a result. But Albert Port was a one-man protester. Liberian history is replete with some of his actions. Posterity remembers him very well. You understand? So sometimes you don't expect the reward for now. But the man who stood against this idea of just changing speaker without due process would be fanatical for. I would love to be in that capacity. It's an enviable position that I would like to take. So I don't think he has said anything different from what he was saying, even though the others are running either direction. And he has a bargaining power. The Supreme Court has affirmed that he's the legal guy. You understand? So whether or not they have to go through him, before anything can be done. I know lawyers will say no, but whether or not he has a quorum, anytime a quorum is formed, there must be a presiding. For now, he's the presiding. So whether the majority or the minority, there must be a presiding. And that's the constitutionally elected speaker who Konati is. So the other guy that running like chicken without head, they need a presiding there to get ahead. The minority that is there that is running with a head but nobody, they need a certain amount of number to be seen as having a quorum. So sometimes we argue for the worst, but look, I applaud Fanati if he sends in the towel now, he has done quite a bit that most people would not have endured. But I know that guy is not going to just let it go to the other, guy who was impersonating a speaker. I don't know where he got his legitimacy from, but this is what democracy is all about. Just before I end, there's a guy who was there, I think he was Koroboka, who stood on the floor 24 hours advocating. Sometimes our history remembers, not somebody who was just a coward that chicken out so early. Kudos to that man. That man is doing quite well. The pressure not easy, man. Center.
Yes, great. Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, you want to come in? It's very important that we hear from you, Paul.
Thank you, Stanton. I had the privilege, and I call it an esteemed privilege, of meeting with Speaker J. Fonati Kofa today. Stanton, you have the picture, put it up. Amidst the rumors that he has resigned, you're going to resign and everything, I personally decided I was going to ask his permission to go to his office to get his side of the story. At the time, the Honorable Musa Belede has gone all around different radio stations, trying to spread the message that Fonati will resign and blah, blah. Look, Stanton, I agree with what's the gentleman's name? With Conor Gray. Fonati told me today, Paul, I said the same thing I've been saying. I am not tied to the position of the speaker. If my colleagues in the House deem it necessary and they have lost confidence, let them go through the process and remove me. I will resign and I will wait. I'll recuse myself. They will go through a process of removal. If I'm guilty, I will resign. This gentleman is standing to tell the Liberian people, listen, you can't just succumb to unnecessary, irrational pressure. And people they will take advantage of that if that becomes a precedent. If it becomes a precedent that 25 or 47 persons will come together amongst a total number of, or a certain number of representatives and say, listen, we don't want that man, and we're not going through the due process, but we don't want him, we've lost confidence in him, we got no vote in him, so let him move. Then they should go back and rewrite their laws. Then they let the law say, look, whenever the majority decide we don't want you, there should be no other due process to not even hear you or hear you come to attest of the charges upon you, you will just resign. Then let it be known to us as Liberians. But for them to write a law or write their own rules, and they are trying to go against that rule, it's not a good precedent for the country. So Fonati, the Honorable Kofa, who is the speaker, is only saying now what he's been saying 6 months ago. Listen, gentlemen, you can remove me. I am not tied to this position. I want to resign. Just do the right thing. I think that is the conversation. And for the majority black to even be setting preconditions to say, well, we don't want, we're not going to pay this other group. You are illegally acting. And then you're saying you're not paying somebody because the person has done this and done that. Are you really causing a page for negotiation? In negotiation, you can't be doing the same thing and adamant to a compromise. Or you don't want to compromise, but you want to pressure one person to reduce their position, because the resignation is actually a reduction in position. And that decision is only up to a person to take. The speaker I met with today is a very intelligent man. I was amazed by the level of calm that gentleman lectured me in his office today. You know, the whole world looks at him as being the one who is standing in the way of democracy, but I look at him the other way. I think he's standing for democracy. When you got a bunch of people who decide they're not going to follow the rule of their own laws to be able to unseat someone, and we are putting the guilt on this gentleman who is only telling you, listen, if we make this a precedent, they will remove people illegally. That's all Fonati is telling you. So, you know, like I said, it's up to the Honorable Kofa to resign, because the resignation is actually a personal decision. But I think he has done well in standing in the core of the rule of laws, so that tomorrow, if I became a speaker, I can also use his strength as an example to say, you know what, Fonati did this for all of us to make sure that our laws are obeyed and followed. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And let me bring in Fubi, then we can go to Governor Clinton and Honorable Gray. Fubi, you want to talk about this Fonati issue?
Oh, I know we can run with all the statement I want to run with. Fonati was removed, so that whole issue about resignation are just fiasco talk. And Richard Kuhn is the new Speaker of the House. The Supreme Court cannot overturn that decision. That Supreme Court ruling will not have any impact. The real argument was meant to clear that ruling of the Supreme Court. Not that the guy has succumbed to the Supreme Court. And the issue I want to agree with the time when I speak, when you come back, you misquote me. You know, when I say about Article 44, Article 42, the immunities of the lawmakers, they also gave them line there for treason, felony, and also breach of peace. They are not covered by that. Article 44, they can also punish them if they obstruct legislative sessions. So the punishment given to them is not wrong. The colleagues are right for punishing them. If you follow on October 17, those guys said on the orders of Speaker Kofa at the time, they said they should stop session, and they insulted Thomas Falamoda. They threatened to kill him. They blocked, and they said there was no session. That's how the guys had that parallel session, and there's no law that bars them from having parallel session. And so we need to understand all of these things. And nobody going to sit down. The guys will not sit down on Speaker Kofa gavel to move him. He was already removed. Article 49, all they need is a cause to remove you, and they have a resolution of 2/3 majority of the members. And they got that. About 50% signed their resolution, and they read it, and they removed him. So all that running around, we're talking, we can all sit there and say, oh, Kofa, a legitimate speaker. The people that are making that decision, and I hear myself, we got no decision making right. That those 73 members at the legislature, and the House of Representatives, they are the ones that are going to decide who their speaker. And the issue of Kuhn resigning, Kuhn will not be speaker, and they want to move doing what the guy named Sekou Kone. I think the guys are bent on keeping Kuhn as the speaker. Kuhn is already there, he's presiding, and like the president said, he's going to work with a quorum. And Kuhn have maintained his quorum. All Kuhn needs to do is to maintain his quorum. Once he maintains the quorum, he's going to move. if Kofa can sweep that quorum from Onokun, Kofa can assume the speaker position. So that's the only thing. All they need to do is to maintain their numbers. And anything short of that, all the things we are talking about. Only the numbers you need at the legislature. And now our feelings.
Thank you very much, Fubi. Clinton?
You know, I said yesterday, I don't know if Fubi I left the show, but if Fubi can come on the show and be spilling the things he's spilling, it's just, I don't know, the level of absurdity is just off the roof. Like, how do you come here and you're just talking, you're greater than the Supreme Court, is that what you're saying? You're saying that this Supreme Court is powerless, that this Supreme Court has no authority as the final arbiter of justice, that this Supreme Court have said that the actions of the legislature is illegal, but you're sitting on this platform and saying that is nonsense. The people are speaking. I mean, come on now. You can't doing. There are certain things you can't do. This is it. And there's one thing. Look, relax. There is one thing, right? And like I said before, you can disagree with the ruling of the Supreme Court, but it's just plain. It's an affront to the Supreme Court when you sit here and make these kind of statements that whatever they said is nonsense, is not going anywhere. You know, we can all disagree, but when you go to that, when you're crossing the red line now, where you're saying that you're not, the Supreme Court ruling shouldn't be respected, and that's a problem. But look, I think Kofi, and I agree with Paul, I think Kofi has a place in history, a special place in history for the positions he's taken. And I've supported Kofi from day one because I'm a respecter of the rule of law. And I think Kofi set a precedent for us, for generations to come, to stop something that has been happening as the legislature. And I disagree with Tamara. This should have happened 6 months ago. I think if Kofi is deciding to resign now, I think it's appropriate. It should have happened 6 months ago. This was not about Speaker Kofi maintaining his position. This was about the rule of law. He always said that, look, I'm willing to go, but you have to do the right thing. So if these people were just making this pronouncement, they have not left the section and they were forming a blog and say we lost the confidence of the speaker. It's another thing. It is the illegality of moving to a parallel section, and this Fubi is saying there's no law against parallel section. So, and I group of lawmakers can go across the street and just open a new section there. I don't know where he be coming from with these things. But Kofa was actually against, you know, the illegality is what Kofa has been pushing against. Look, you can't just do this. You can't just say every time, you know, a free group of people get up and say they'll move somewhere. There are rules. There's constitutional procedure. There's the rules of the House that you have to follow. And this is what he's been maintaining. So I don't think 6 months ago was the time for him to resign. He was pushing for adherence to the rule of law. Now the Supreme Court has affirmed that. Look, but in this whole thing, Kofa hasn't lost. He actually won. It's the Liberian people who lost. The Liberian people lost a preferred opportunity to send a clear message to the people that they elected that they cannot disregard the very laws that are passed, and they lost the opportunity. And I think that's what Councilor Gu was saying, that we've put more pressure on Speaker Kofa than we've put on the majority black, who are violating the laws, by the way. The guy who is doing, and this is Liberia for us, the guy who is doing the right thing, he gets more pressure than the people who are doing the wrong thing. They sat in RLJ, they left the constituency for the longest, and not a single pressure from any civil society group, for any political party. Kofa hasn't lost, he won, the Liberian people lost. They lost an opportunity to tell these lawmakers that they cannot continue to run the country as they please. It's a loss for Liberian people, not for Speaker Kofa. It is also the loss for the political parties, who in 2029 will be faced with a situation where they might win an election and the Unity Party, they will go to court, or there might be elections irregularity and might go to court and the Supreme Court will rule, and the Unity Party government will say to hell with that. And they will be faced with this situation because this is an opportunity for them to what the people call nip it in the butt, and they've not seized on the opportunity. It is a loss for us because Kofa's party, the CDC, who has not seized on this opportunity to assert himself as a leading opposition. It's the CDC loss. They love a speakership. They lost an opportunity to show to the Liberian people that they are a government in waiting, that they've they've overcome some of the flaws of the past, and they've learned from it, and they're willing and ready to take power 2029. They lost that. Kofa didn't lose anything. I think Kofa will go down in history for setting the precedent that this flagrant disrespect for the rule of law should not continue. And this Supreme Court has sent a message. I don't care where somebody like Fubi can come here and speak all the time. The Supreme Court is the highest arbiter of justice. We can disagree with his ruling. Like I said before, I disagree with the, I think, 1975 ruling on Article 17. But then again, you know, in democracy, constitutional democracy, there has to be order. There has to be respect for the rule of law. And if we say this court, and I don't know if it was you who gave the example of Socrates and he's not being guilty and said, but the court, because the court says it, we have to do it because that's how society functions. If we don't respect the laws, then you know you have a chaotic society. So this is it. Kofa hasn't lost anything. I personally will continue to respect Kufanati Kofa for the decision. And in the future, if Kofa is in any political bloc and is running for any elected position anywhere, I will have no second thought about endorsing him and supporting him to do that. I think he's proven to us that he's a character that needs to be respected. He's a character that is fighting for the right thing.
Thank you very much. Honorable Gray.
Yeah, Konati is just a victim of the excessive constitutional power given to the executive branch of government. This is the most inhumane legislative torture and tyranny of the legislature that I've experienced all of my time working with the legislature and now working with the legislature, because I worked there as administrative assistant. I worked there as resource officer, then I became a lawmaker. You know, it's unfortunate that some may classify the ruling of the Supreme Court as non-binding, but at the same time will classify a ruling of the Supreme Court, an opinion, of the Supreme Court on protest as binding, and asking why we did not repeal a law. This is unfortunate. But do you know the history of Richard Herring, who served from 1952 to 1980 as Speaker? I don't know of any elected official in the history of the country that served for 28 years in a single position, besides Richard Herring. Even Tubman served for 27 years. But do you know that draconian law, that legislation was passed under Richard Herring? That Fubi grandfather. That law that put restriction on protest, that Fubi grandfather, Richard Herring. Check the record. 1952 to 1980. That's the reason why Fubi is defending that draconian law and asking Akaro's grand innocent child, great-grandchild, or great-great-grandchild Richard Herring, why he didn't repeal the law. Why your grandfather did not do, you are asking me to do that. Yes, we did that in 2015 under the Police Act. Instead of applauding us, you are castigating us, who stood on behalf of you, Fubi, that went to the legislature to petition the legislature. Do you remember when you went to the legislature to petition the legislature? You interacted with me? We could not have stopped you from the assembly under Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution. But you are defending a draconian analysis tonight, and you want to tell me you don't know Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution of the amended version of that repeal law of 2015? Then you come and say that there can be a parallel session when the very Supreme Court opinion that you are defending on protest action said there cannot be a parallel session. Nobody can just jump and go in another room. There must be a presiding officer.
So let's set the record straight. Fubi, yeah. Was it your grandfather? Is this your grandfather?
Yeah, that's my grandfather. I didn't support the Supreme Court ruling, so don't lie on me. I didn't support the Supreme Court ruling. I've always said the Supreme Court was in error. And I say I maintain that.
So this is your grandfather?
Yeah, that's my grandfather.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you had 12 years and you couldn't change that law. 12 years.
No, excuse me now.
You're empty money. 12 years, you're empty money. You became a millionaire from being a poor boy. 12 years from being a poor boy, you became a millionaire.
After 28 years in
Go
power.
to anywhere. Go to downtown. Go on in the city.
But Fumi, I thought you against talking over people.
Wait,
What happened? Why they want to talk talking like that?
Wait, I beg you, my brother, wait, right? I understand you said 12 years. I can't agree. How long did Papa serve for as speaker? How long?
From 1952 to 1980. 28
Wow.
years.
The old man look like Fumi.
What's the record?
What kind of life is this? How can one person continue persisting?
What's the record? What on top, man? You know, a lot of people don't know the history of people, but I read the history of these people.
How long did Joe Biden stay as a senator? How long Joe Biden stay as senator?
No. Stop the argument. Senator is different from a speaker.
Fumi,
don't come
wait.
We're talking about speaker, then you say senator.
Like Akaris create his time back. Akaris. For me, I want to learn Akaris. I didn't know that, right? I know Richard Herons. I know I have small Heron than me. I know that if they are related to Fumi.
Guess what he did? Guess what he did? He unilaterally called the legislature back. April 15, 1979, after the riot. Unilaterally, instead of getting a certificate, he did not permit that. He violated the Constitution by unilaterally instructing the legislature to return. There's a speech towards that. When he made that statement, then he instructed the police director to begin to arrest opposition, dispute. Fubi, we know the country history. These are the
so Honorable Gray, let's get this thing straight. So Fubi, no man, I tell you, remember, I gotta learn about this is history, about this is our country history. Fubi, so that your papa or that your mama?
My father. For 12 years. Great looking millionaire from us.
But you know,
you're talking about great looking millionaire. Great.
You know what? I don't want to talk. You know what?
All right, before we wait now, that ought to say something, right? Yeah. For me, everybody know my father, Councilor Witherspoon, distant of Witherspoon, right? I can't hide it. That's my papa. That's your grandpa. We understand that. But how many years he served as Speaker for me? How many years?
He didn't serve as Speaker for 28 years. He served in the House of Representatives for 28 years, but not as Speaker. He didn't enter the House as Speaker. He didn't enter the House as Speaker.
How many years he served as Speaker?
He served as Representative for 28 years. That one, but not 28 years.
How many years he served as Speaker?
If the colleague demon there for you to serve as Speaker for life, am I better?
We'll ask you a simple question. How many years?
Protect me.
If you live in a glass house, your grandfather was a part of a corrupt government. In this country.
Discussing Liberian problem and about business and not business now.
No, but you know why interesting?
Paul, you got the story of my grandfather being corrupt. My grandfather was a lawmaker. My grandfather had palm farm. My grandfather had cocoa farm. My grandfather had rubber farm. Great.
All right, guys. Let's take it one at a time. Everybody, please mute yourself. We'll all have our time to speak. I beg you. I'm going to go first. From there, we got to go back. Honorable Great, are you bringing it to Honorable Great? Wait, you're finished. Honorable Great, don't interrupt. I beg you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are the closing of this program, right? You can ask anybody any question and make any comment in 30 seconds. Fubi, me, right? My only question in less than 15 seconds. How many years your grandfather served as Speaker, Fubi? Fubi, we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you.
Yeah, I will give you that information shortly. Well, he didn't serve on area as Speaker.
No,
Yeah.
no, I said how many years he served as Speaker?
No, I said I will give you that information. Don't worry about that.
Oh, you research it. All right. So, Paul Kennedy, you go 30 seconds and watch the crack. You go, Paul.
Ruby, you know, you talk about Akara taking the 12-year power and Ahmad's wealth. Did your grandfather in the same position not Ahmad's wealth?
Look, my grandfather, when my grandfather was representative and speaker, he didn't even make $1,500 salary. My grandfather had farms that he made his money from, agriculture. None of great, I said that 2 years, Great got one pepper farm or pepper garden. All their money he made was from the legislature. He paid on a district. He married in Paris. He got an engagement in Africa. All from the legislature. One farm in there. So don't tell me my grandfather being corrupt. My grandfather bought farm. He made the money from agriculture.
Okay, thank you.
Export. Bring me revenue to the country.
Thank you very much, Fubi. Tema.
Question for Fubi only, or to anyone?
You can 30 seconds to say anything. Fubi question, or you want to say some 30
Wait,
seconds?
here's what I'm going to say, right? Look, I have read a lot on the history of Liberia, and I have followed what has happened prior to 1980. I don't think anyone should bear the sins of their fathers, of their mothers, and I'm not trying to defend Mr. Henry's or whatever he did. But I look at his Wikipedia page. Fubi, why is it that there's not much, though, on his political life? Only about his education and where he was born.
At that time, Wikipedia was in Iran. It was the e-version of the encyclopedia. He couldn't reach to it. Let's now move to Colonel L. Reverend Gray. Colonel Gray? Okay, internet was here right after about leaving Papa. Colonel Gray?
Look, Tama, let me ask you this. Have you ever toured the world and come across someone named Hitler? James Hitler, for instance.
Oh, no, I haven't. There was one time. No, I haven't.
Because certain things can follow the generation. So this issue right here, I'm glad it was flagged out, because sometimes the legacy for the family, that speakership, that particular law that the speaker, sustained at that time, could be a generational, to do that. Fubi here, generation way down the line, still trying to protect. So he bears the scar of his father in this case, unless he says otherwise. That's my own question.
Okay, thank you very much. Clinton, you want to use your 30-second here? Then we'll finish.
I just wanted to respond to Fubi as far as accusing Akara's girl, alleging Akara's he's a millionaire from becoming but you can't downplay, you can't say that and then downplay the fact when he says that if anybody says that Richard Henry was then a corrupt person, because there's enough sufficient evidence that the Jewish administration was grossly corrupt. They ran the country for close to 100 years. It was a lot. So if you want us to provide evidence, then you gotta provide evidence. You can't be accusing Akara on one hand and say, no, you have the evidence. You get that evidence you're giving us here to never say Akara is a millionaire. So you can't have you can't have your cake and have it. If you want to say Akara is a millionaire, then we got to talk about where your uncle, the Chewy party, when they came from America, they brought farm with them. When they landed to the native people land, they were taking it, where they farm and how did they have.
Thank you very much. I'll come in defense of my brother Fubi. I may disagree with him on this whole speakership was something, but I think Fubi is Fubi Henry. His grandfather is his grandfather, and I hold nothing from his grandfather on him. And I think Akara's Gray is just plain pure wickedness. Okay, pure wickedness. Akara's Gray. So Fubi, go ahead.
Richard Herring was born 1908 in September 1st, 1908. That when Richard Herring was born. That was 1908. That citizenship was given to the natives. Check your history under Arthur Barclay administration. One group of people governed Liberia for 133 unbroken years, from 1847 to 1980. 133 unbroken years. The Chewy Party from 1877 to 1980, that Richard Herring was a part of, governed Liberia for 103 unbroken years. The longest serving elected official of government passed a law to deprive our people from assembly. That a law today that is being
Is that Phoebe Henry grandfather passed that law?
Yes. He was
yeah,
he was there 1952 to 1980.
Oh wow.
Yeah, 1952 to 1980. The public record, that not argument, and you're just read when the act got passed. Good just said it, and Phoebe buttressed it. In fact, he spoke about it. That Richard Herring, speaker of the man who signed the document. You didn't question somebody for 28 years, but you question somebody for 12 years. Let's take the ratio. Take the ratio. I'm happy today, Phoebe say I'm a millionaire. I'm happy. You know, you just raised my profile not too long. Thank you for the free PR. I don't want to be personal because even the house you living in, a Richard Herring house. You didn't build house for yourself. We don't want to be personal yet. We know.
All right, let's just move on. Let's leave Phoebe family this alone. Let's move on, guys.
On the Fonati Kofa issue, in conclusion.
Yeah.
Fonati is not just a hero. Fonati is a noble man. A noble man. A very meek and gentle man. A guy who endured the greatest pain in legislative history. I want to use this occasion to salute the comrades who stood with him and stood on the side of the law.
But they are still standing with him.
Yeah, you still standing with him, I mean, on the side of the law. If somebody says Fonati will resign or Fonati resign, then I mean vacancy is created. Once he resigns from the speaker position, I mean vacancy is created. They got to go to election. Who is afraid of election? Because a lot of things happening. You said something start on here. 2 + 2 in the legislature is not 4. It may be 6. Now the politics that Phoebe can be talking about, 2 + 2 could be 6. You know, Edward Ford was certain of becoming speaker after Snow resigned. There was no doubt. In fact, he got a Mercedes Benz and all. At the end of the day, Taro came from the blind side. Snow forged a court alliance with Taro. A 15 men that were behind 13 or 15. The flock our man Edward Ford. Massively. There have been no speaker who had taken office, unlike Richard Kuhn, the renegade, who had taken office where there is an existing speaker who had not resigned from his position. Ellis Taro resigned, Emmanuel Nuko was elected. Snow resigned, Ellis Taro was elected. In fact, when they were fighting Snow, they never had speaker. They had Kedekumi Moru, who was chairman of the executive presiding. When we were fighting Taro, we had a deputy speaker. We never had election while Taro was speaker. There was no election while Erin Snow was speaker. They all resigned. For somebody to come and argue that the Supreme Court, in fact, or Richard Kuhn is speaker, but then you say if Speaker Kofa get the quorum, then he can take the quorum. What kind of contradiction is that? You say
thank you very much.
Get the quorum.
Thank you. Let me do the closing. It's very important. I'm going to close the show. Listen, I believe in the rule of law, and I disagree with Councilor Gu and Councilor Clinton. when they say, well, who won this battle? Fonati won. If this is how it's going down, Fonati won. You will never have any kangaroo take over in the House of Representatives anymore. Because anybody tried to do that, they would think about Fonati. What is happening today? There must be an election in the House. If there is no election, anything that is done is ultra-virus to the Constitution. Our next government will persecute. Our next government that comes strong in power will hold these guys responsible for mismanaging the affairs of the state. You can be speaker, you can be whatsoever. Two things must happen. The re-argument will favor Richard Kuhn and the majority black. That will cease the discussion, or the goal to election. And all of the 49 or 51 that Richard Kuhn is boasting to have, they should support him. Guys, make no mistake, we have come a long way. Why should we sit here and bluff? Bring in a new government that will question Richard Kuhn. Bring in a new government that will question folks that is involved, those people that are involved in this thing. Bring them to book. Make no mistake, that's what people do. Everything with the life. This is huge. This is critical. There must be an election. Francis said, I don't want it, but I am the speaker. And the Supreme Court confirmed that I am the speaker. This thing must change. No one man will come out and take 4, 5 people and say, we agree. We're going to sit down in another chamber. We agree. Are you kidding me? So when we say our country is proceeding wrong, then people say, oh, what are you doing that? You something. No. Who could have expected this kind of negotiation under President Joseph Yima Boakai? Prior to the election, Joseph Yima Boakai was like God said. That's why people went in the poo-poo water. That's why folks had sleepless night. You know some of the things we did? Yo, will know one day. Then people were just sitting there talking about show. No. Because we believe that Ambassador Boakai was going to transform Liberia. Because at the time we believe that yes, indeed, no child will be left behind. Because at the time we believe that when you smell corruption, you see corruption, corruption will going to run away from President Boakai. Now corruption is in the bedroom, it's in the chief cycle, it's right there in the executive mansion, it's right there on the dining room table when the president is eating. Corruption is seated by the president. Then when you talk about corruption, people say, oh my God, the puppet got it. He will fight it. It would never happen. Talk about students going to school. President Boakai got it. It would never happen. Conversation that was had. People that was going crazy and said, no, we will not do this. The assurances and reassurances that were given to people to increase their hope and say, yes, there is hope for the hopeless in Liberia. That today we talk about corruption among the president family. That today we are talking about corruption in the executive mansion, corruption in the higher places because of friendship and relationship. Today, what is happening? It will come to the end. But they can have 72 members, because right now it's 72. Because we saw Koga today going to take a walk as a senator-elect. So they can have 71 members. 71. Tell you what, guess what happened? they must take come on Fonati Kofa. They must take come under Fonati Kofa. And then present a petition and Fonati recruits himself and say, I'm done. Must be election. Richard Coon said he got the numbers. For the sake of the country, bring your numbers and we'll vote you in as speaker. Bring your number. For the sake of the country. Why can't you? Are you scared that somebody will drop finger on your eye? You got the numbers. You got all the guys. You got the money. The president is calling them. Fine. Bring them. Come on the floor. No. If you have a secret ballot, my friend, you will get different name coming up to be speaker. It will not be Richard Coon. That door can. And that's the fear. So I will say to you, we gotta be careful. The Liberian people won. People that fought against this illegality, they won. Liberia that stood with Fonati Kofa and continue to stand with Fonati Kofa, they won. When this is all over, yes, indeed, we can say free at last, free at last. Justice was done. The rule of law prevailed. Yes, indeed, we can say that. Yes, indeed, we can say that. But I didn't know that he doesn't want to. He will service people at Grand Crew. He will. Fonati is not my friend, but I tell you what, the rule of law should be your friend. And the rule of law is my friend. I'm friendly with the rule of law, not an individual. That's why if Fonati made a mistake, I go after Fonati. Richard Coon, listen, 2 days ago I got announced. I talked to Richard Coon. And I told him, do the right thing. If Richard Coon made a mistake, I'll go after Richard Coon. That's me. That's me. No, I talked to Richard Coon. I talked to Fonati. And I tell them, the rule of law is my friend. Make the rule of law your friend. Stand for that which is right to make Liberia a better place. Don't be jumping around saying that you get the numbers? Take it on the floor. Musa Belete won't be speaker? Let Musa Belete go. Richard Coon won't be speaker? Let Richard Coon go. And then, Fubi, speaker sharing your family. Go there and go be speaker. No problem. No problem. But we will not sit and allow these things to happen. The president must do the right thing. The lawmakers must do the right thing. This too will make Liberia a better place. Till we meet again, may God bless you all. May God keep you. May God always save our state. Have a wonderful evening and continue to follow Spoon Network. Be blessed and be safe. Good night. Nelson, you want to come up? Thank you very much, guys. It's been a great show. Nelson, you want to come on? Tell my thank you. Honorable Gray, as always. Conor Gray, want to thank you for joining us. My brother, Fubi Henry, thank you very much, bro. I appreciate you on the show. To our sister Glenny, who couldn't end the show, we say thank you. Those that missed the show today, come back again tomorrow. It's just a relaxing time, yeah, my friend. To tell you the truth, God has been so good and so good to us. It's just time for you to just chill and you just take a book and read, or you go on Netflix and watch some beautiful movie and just chill. Don't be like Nelson. Just relax. You don't have to worry. Just relax. It is okay. It is all right. It will be fine.
So you wanted people to be like me, eh?
It will be fine. God will not leave us alone. God will not forsake us. He will be with us everywhere and every time. The God that delivered you out of Octopus, out of April 6, out of Liberia World War I and World War II, all of you eating pakanan and palm cabbage and jumping over dead body, the God is still on the throne and He's watching you. He will deliver you. Don't give up. Men may lie to you and fool you, but don't give up. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. God will see us through, man. Trust me, He will. Liberia will be a better place. We got to push. We got to push. We got to push. And we got to climb up high. And never, ever. If you give up tomorrow, it's done. a finish. So we got to keep on pushing on. Have a good night. May God bless you. Yes, my brother Adam, inshallah. We'll say amen. Listen, good night.
Yes, sir. Good night to you. And I want to say thanks to everyone for being on tonight. It's been a great show. Thanks a lot for your participation. Thanks to our many folks across Radio Land who have been following the program on Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1, and all the other radio stations. Those of you who have been relaying as well, we appreciate our partner radio stations across the country. Trust FM in Bomi County, Premier FM in Bonk, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, Radio Yalaman in Seclipid, Nimba County, Trend Radio in Grand Crew, and all the other radio stations that have been relaying. We appreciate you. And thanks to our online audience, the many of you online joining the show across our different social media handles on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV on Facebook. Thanks to the folks on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate you as well. And I want to say thanks to everyone. Yesterday, so it's 12 a.m. in Liberia here. Today is my birthday. But yesterday was the birthday of an ardent follower of the Spoon Talk. We want to wish her happy birthday just before going. Florina G. Toppet, happy birthday to you. Your husband, who is also an ardent follower of the Spoon Show, George C. Tappe, is wishing you happy birthday and the kids all the best as you celebrate your natal day. And I want to say thanks to all of you and a happy birthday to all of you celebrating birthdays alongside with me today as well. Alfonso Bidel, thanks for joining us today. Sandra Gore, my dear sister, thank you for being on. Telvin Payne, we appreciate you. Aloysius Doe, thank you for being on tonight. Josh Morris Jr., we appreciate you. Philip Bala, thanks as well for being on tonight. Emmanuel Saki, thanks for following the show tonight. Andrew Watson, we appreciate you. Prince Banquado, thank you as well. I want to appreciate all of you for joining us today for Spoon Talk. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. It's going to be a great edition of the program. You can make up time to join us. And again, if you're following us on Facebook, but you haven't subscribed to our YouTube handle yet, kindly do so. Go to YouTube, search Spoon Talk Live on YouTube, and subscribe to our YouTube handle. If you're on YouTube and you're not following us on Facebook, just go to Facebook and search Spoon TV on Facebook, and you're going to get us there. Follow the Spoon page, and let's build a community here as we do our best to make sure that you're informed every single day with respect to the happenings across the country. Thanks to everyone. Again, it's been a great show. We look forward to being here tomorrow with another edition of Spoon Talk. Coming up next is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. I'll be here with the rest of the team. Josh Morris Jr., you said today is Evita Grove birthday. I want to say happy birthday to her as well. Wishing her all the best as she celebrate a birthday today. And we appreciate all of you for being on here with us. You can join us shortly for the late night show. Have a good night, everyone. And I see you all on the late night show.